distance. This has got finish written all over it. This should have plenty of fireworks in that main event. We've got a few fights to go through till we get to that main event, but if you've been watching the build for this, you will know that there is a lot of bad blood here. There is not much respect between these fighters. In fact, Tank actually pushed Rolando Romero off the stage during the weigh-in. So they both weighed in outside the Barclays Center. We're at the Barclays Center in Brooklyn. Rolando Rolly Romero, he stepped in front of Gervonta Davis, started to show off the guns, and Tank obviously not appreciating that, pushing Rolly off the stage. And thankfully Rolly was all right, because that could have cancelled this fight. Obviously, if he'd taken a nasty fall, taken an injury, then again, this fight might have been delayed. This fight was meant to happen, obviously last year, didn't. Wasn't able to because of charges that were brought against Rolly at the time, but all of that has since been cleared up. And so here we are. We are on the verge now of this lightweight championship fight for the WBA title. Gervonta Davis, Tank, obviously taking on Rolly, and very much looking forward to this. The lightweight division is absolutely stacked. There are just big fights to be made absolutely everywhere. We've got a massive, massive fight just, I think it's like a week away now, where we've got Kambosos Jr. taking on Devin Haney. So that is in the lightweight division as well. It's gonna be absolutely huge. It's gonna be a massive, massive fight. That this is kind of like the start of the warm up towards that one. But this is still going to be a lot of fun. And as we said, coming from the Barclays Center, so it's certainly a big, big deal. It certainly feels like Gervonta Davis Tank is starting now to really connect with people. And think that, he's been on the rise. I mean, we're talking about someone that's a 5-time 3-weight division champion. I mean, he's certainly not new to boxing fans, but I do feel that he's starting to connect now with non-boxing fans. I think people that don't watch boxing are starting to become aware of Tank, and, his popularity is really transcending the sport. So obviously it helped that he was with Mayweather Promotions. But I think that is also been a hindrance for him, because he is starting to make noises about obviously leaving. This is his last fight with them. It doesn't look like he's going to be re-signing. Looks like he's leaving to go off elsewhere to a different promotion. And part of the reason for that is because he doesn't feel like they've been really treating him with the respect that he deserves. I think this is like the second fight where Mayweather has actually jumped in front of him, like the week before. You might remember that Mayweather last weekend did that fight over in Abu Dhabi, and that kind of really taken a bit of the shine away from this event. So yeah, that's obviously not ideal to have Mayweather fight in the week before, because that's taken away pay-per-view buys, people's obviously spending money on that instead of this. It obviously takes a bit of sheen away, a bit of shine away from the promotion of this as well. So certainly feels like there's some beef actually between Tank and Mayweather. And Mayweather Promotions maybe not putting everything behind Tank that they could. There are some rumors that maybe Tank slept with Mayweather's daughter and stuff like this. So I don't know. It's hard to know where the truth lies with all of that. But either way, this feels like it is the last time we see Tank fighting under Mayweather Promotions. He's taking on Romero, someone else that's also in Mayweather Promotions underneath that banner, and should be a lot of fun, man. This is really, really interesting. A really interesting fight. I expect Tank to get the job done tonight, but I am also very aware that we could get an upset here. I don't think this is as straightforward as what people think. Tank is a very slow starter. Someone that takes him a while to get warmed up, takes him a while to get going. And I do think that Rolly has got some power. He's certainly got a lot of confidence. If he can walk the walk like how he's been talking the talk, this could be a very, very interesting fight. Very interesting fight. Can Rolly catch Tank early? Can he catch him early whilst he's still settling into his groove? Whilst he's still getting into his rhythm? Once he's up and running and the fight has been going for a while, I do expect Tank to really start, putting Rolly under pressure and making him very uncomfortable. And at that point, I think Tank won't be stopped. I think at that point, Tank is up and running and he will go on to win the fight. I think if Rolly has got any chance here, it's going to be early, and he's going to have to be, it's going to be a puncher's chance, basically. But I do think he has a chance. I've seen quite a few boxing pundits coming for Rolly on this one, so certainly not one-sided, but I think Tank is the heavy favourite. Just having a look, we will jump in the chat in a second, but I can see people saying, what channel is it on? It's actually pay-per-view. This is, it's what I'm saying, is like, he's a big star. I understand that, we do watch boxing on this channel, and I love boxing, and I do try to keep up to date with everything that's happening in the boxing world. It does feel like Tank has now transcended that boxing world, and he is now just one of the sport's big stars, one of the sport's big names. This is pay-per-view. I believe it's around about $70 in America. It's something crazy. I'm actually watching it, and this is a little tip for you. I'm watching it on Fight TV in the UK, and if you've got a VPN and you can watch Fight TV, it was, I think, $19.99, so $20 rather than the $70 that they're asking for in America. So I'm watching it on Fight TV. Here in the UK, I'm in the UK because it is obviously in America, in Brooklyn. It's middle of the night over here. It's currently just past 2 a.m. So as a result of that, the interest here in this fight, I would say, is quite limited because there's no British fighters involved. It's middle of the night, and look, he's still a big name. There's still going to be people watching this, but as a result, the price is much, much lower. But obviously in America, massive name, massive star, and so you obviously pay a bit more of a premium on that as a result. So yeah, it is cheaper over here. But yeah, I'm watching it on Fight TV. That's where I'm watching it. Tarek said, I can't believe Real Madrid won the Champions League. Yeah, we were watching that earlier. Champions League game. It was, I'm not too surprised, to be honest. I felt like it was going to be close. I actually thought it would be a draw, and then it would go to extra time. I thought Liverpool would win. So I can't say, if you think the game is going to be so close, you think it's going to be a draw anyway. I can't say I'm too surprised that Real Madrid have gone on to win it. I think the thing that has surprised me more is the fact that Liverpool couldn't score a goal against Real Madrid. It really felt like Liverpool would score and get a few, and then Real Madrid would have to come back. The fact that it was, 0-0 and Real Madrid managed to get a goal and pip it 1-0, I think that's probably the surprise. But Real Madrid winning it, we said, we've been saying all week they're a very dangerous team. They've knocked out Man City. They've knocked out Chelsea. They've knocked out PSG. I think, if you look at those teams they've beaten, you had to expect them to be dangerous. So, yeah, crazy scenes during that, and obviously there's going to be an investigation into what happened before the game, but listen, that's all football, and we're here for the boxing. Michael said, wasn't Davis with Mayweather? I don't know if he was with him at the actual show, but because my understanding is that they don't have the strongest of relationships, to be honest. So yeah, he's with the Mayweather promotion right now, and we are in his final fight. Apparently this is it. As soon as he's done with this, he's leaving Mayweather Promotions. So he will be one of the hottest free agents in all of boxing. Everyone is going to want to sign Tank. Once this fight's done and is available, everyone will want to get him. So yeah, I know he's made noise. I've seen interviews where he's made noise about how he's felt disrespected. So it's just another interesting kind of little side note, really, as a part of this fight. And it is for Tank's WBA Lightweight Championship. We are talking like championship fight tonight. This isn't just two guys fighting. This is for the WBA Lightweight title. Tank is the champion. Romero is the challenger, the mandatory challenger. And yeah, it should be a lot of fun. As I said, these two both bring it. I mean, Tank, you can see from the stats up there, Tank's had 26 fights, 26 wins. He's had 24 knockouts, which is incredible. Only 2 of his fights have gone the distance. Interesting to know, though, his last fight was one of them. His last fight went the distance, and he never looks great at 135. He's much better down at like 130. So there's definitely a few question marks about him at this weight as to whether, like, do you get, he can do it at this weight, but do you get the best of him at this weight? And there's big question marks around that. Rolly, 14 fights, 12 wins by knockout. His percentage victory by knockout is not as strong. So he has got an 86% finish rate, whereas Tank has got a 92% finish rate. But still very impressive. 14 fights, 14 wins, 12 knockouts. Someone's O has got to go tonight. Rolly, though, it really does feel to me like Rolly is someone that is a good fighter. I don't know if he's championship levels, and it's going to be interesting to see if he can match Tank and catch Tank early. He's going to have to, because he's not as good a fighter as what Tank is. I don't think anyone would argue that. He's not as good of a fighter, but can he catch Tank early? Can he set the pace? And that's very much what we're keeping an eye on. We've actually not got any ring walks for this first fight. We do have a fight coming up now. Melendez against Ramirez. And let's get boxing round up. Right, I thought we was going to be getting ring walks and everything, so my attention just turned over to what was happening in the ring, and both fighters are already inside the ring, which took me by surprise. So we do have both fighters in there for our first fight of the evening. We'll just keep an eye on this one. I don't know much about this one, to be honest. I can tell you that Ramirez, 26 wins. Oh, here we go, tail of the tape. Ramirez, 26 wins, 2 losses, 3 draws. Melendez, 17 wins, 1 loss, no draws. Ramirez has got a 4-inch reach advantage. 29 years old. Melendez, 24. Melendez, just a little bit taller. And we've got our first fight. I believe this is in the super featherweight division. 10 rounds, potentially. Melendez, 13 knockouts from his 17 wins. 12 knockouts for Ramirez. He tends to go the distance quite a bit in his fights. 14 of his wins have gone the distance. Ramirez is the WBC number 4 super featherweight in the world. Made his debut in 2010. Melendez made his debut 2018. So there is quite a gap in experience here. And Ramirez is hard-hitting and expected to get the victory. So we'll see how this plays out. We'll keep an eye on this, but I do want to jump into the chat. Edward said, Klopp asked where the final is next year. He said Istanbul, and that he'll book the hotel right now as he can promise that he will win it next year. Basically, he said he'll book the hotel. I did see that, yes. Real YT said, I missed the soccer game. I have a terrible sleeping pattern and I fell asleep. No worries, dudes. No worries. It was not the... I don't know. I can't get a feel as to how exciting that game was, to be honest. I kind of feel like the events that happened before overshadowed, like, the start of the game. And then, like, when the game started, it was a bit slow for the first 15 minutes. Liverpool then did well. but it was 0-0 at half-time. There was a bit of drama at the end of the first half where there was like a goal that wasn't a goal, and it was a bit controversial. But it really feels like what happened before the game overshadowed the game. So it was a weird one. It was a really, really weird one. I think if you watched for the first time, if you watched soccer for the first time and tuned in to that Champions League final, I can totally understand you like thinking that it's just like weird. This is the sport that people love, because it was really strange. But there was some really great moments in it, some great saves and hit the post, and yeah, there was loads. Like there was some really great moments. But it just also felt really weird. It felt like a really weird game. Kind of felt like Liverpool never really quite got going, but they did have chances. Yeah, it was weird. It was one of the weirdest games I've seen. I feel like it was a bit dull. But then I keep remembering like some of the saves, like Courtois' save. And I keep remembering like Salah hitting the post and a few like chances where people got through, and I don't know. But overall, it felt a bit like both teams sort of cancelled each other out. Liverpool didn't feel like they put in a performance that kind of reflected their season. They definitely felt under par. So maybe it was that. Maybe Liverpool just underwhelmed a bit, and then what happened before kind of overshadowed the game. But it was a weird one. It was a real weird one. Even City fans say they don't have a striker. What are you talking about? I feel like I've walked halfway into a conversation there. Kevin, hello. Hope you are well. Daniel said, thoughts on the MJF news. Doesn't feel like a massive deal at this stage. So we'll see. The MJF news was that he wasn't at a meet and greet when he was meant to be today. So I have no idea where he was. Apparently they tried to get a hold of him and they couldn't get a hold of him. So I don't know if he forgot, or I don't know if he overslept, or I don't know. It could be a plethora of different things. But yeah, I mean, look, if he doesn't show up tomorrow, then that'll be significant news. But right now, I don't know how significant it is. I don't think it's a work or anything, to be honest, because I think people paid money to see him, so I don't think it's a work, because I don't think they would mess fans around that way. So there's clearly a story there. But I expect to see him tomorrow, and it just be like dismissed sort of a thing. Right, here we go then. We're about to get underway with round number 1. This can go 10 rounds, as we said. This is our first fight of the evening. It's the fight that I know least about. So we'll have to see how it plays out. I need to get some off my chest. I feel like both boxing and wrestling have so many promotions and championships that I can't keep them straight, says Mark. To be honest, I mean, like with wrestling, pro wrestling, I think you just need to find the promotion that you're interested in and then just focus on that. I mean, you can watch everything, but I feel like you might get burnt out if you do that. So you'd have to be like, you know, a mega fan to want to watch everything, because there's so many different promotions and different styles and whatever. Just watch whatever you want to watch. You know, you might watch WWE, you might watch AEW, you might watch whatever you want to watch. So, and then like you can just focus on that. In all fairness, there's still a lot of championships even within WWE. I definitely do agree. In regards to boxing, that's always been a problem. The fact that you've got like the WBC, the WBA, the IBF, you know, you've got all of these different organizations. And that is a bit of an issue, because it just means there's so many championships, there's so many world championships, and I'm not going to say it devalues, but yeah, I mean, like, if this was the one and only lightweight championship of the world, that would obviously be a lot more prestigious than just being one of, like, 6 or whatever. So yeah, there's a lot of different titles out there, and then you've got, like, you know, American titles, British titles, Commonwealth titles, and all that kind of stuff as well. So, But this is, this is the WBA lightweight title that we're going to be watching being defended today. And that's, it's a big deal, man. It's a big deal. So, it's, I totally understand. I do totally understand. Gervonta in 5 rounds or less. Who has ever tested Rolly's chin? Gervonta is Crucible Forged. Yeah, do you know what? Silver Fox Survival Gear, I agree. I think that Tank is going to get it. The only thing that I'm not sure about is how long is it going to take him, because he is a bit of a slow starter, as we said at the beginning of the stream. So I do expect it to be a case that he's going to have to, ease his way into the fight. The other thing as well is that he is the better boxer, and I think one of the ways that Rolly is going to be able to get a win is if he can get inside the head of Tank, and I think that's what we've been seeing a lot of. Lovely overhand left there. That was nice. So we've been seeing, we got to the end of that round. I think that a lot of the build has been by design. I think that Rolly knows that he's not as good as Tank, right? I think in his heart of hearts, he must know this. I'm sure he's got incredible self-confidence, and I'm sure he's got incredible self-belief, but I can't believe that he watches Tank and genuinely thinks that he is better, because skills-wise, I just don't believe he is. I just don't believe that he's got the footwork, the movement, the hand speeds, the power. I mean, maybe he can match him on power. But even then, I'm not convinced. I still feel like Tanker's got great power as well. But that is definitely something Rolly does bring, is power. But I just think his overall skills are behind what Tank brings. So it makes me think, has the press conferences and the build for this and the bad blood and the heated verbal exchanges, has that been Rolly's way of getting into the mind of Tank? Has that been Rolly's way of really affecting him and actually trying to throw him off his game plan? Because I do think that would be to Rolly's advantage if he can do that, because I think that if he can make this a bit more of a war, if he can make this a little bit more of a brawl, if he can make this a little bit more of a bar fight rather than a technical boxing encounter, then I do think that plays into Rolly. Whereas Tank, as we said, he's just so technical. He's got such incredible skills and understanding of how to box that he can outbox Rolly. And I just think it's going to take him a while to get into that groove. It's going to take him a while to judge his distance and, put everything together. And I just think there is going to be a small window for Rolly at the first part of the fight, basically. I think if this thing goes the distance, it's going to be Tank that wins it. I think if the longer it goes, the more I favour Tank's, the more I think he's going to settle into the fight. I think if Rolly's got any chance, he's going to have to hit him quick, hard, fast in those first few rounds. So I think your prediction of Tank within 5 is spot on, but I probably would be looking 4 or 5. And looking around about there, I don't think Tank comes out and just puts him away early doors. That would be very impressive if he does. But I do totally expect a finish in the main event tonight. I think there will be a finish. These two being a little bit cagey at the moment. We are 10 rounds in this first one. Last time we scored in a cup final was the 2019 final, and that proves we need a striker. I've probably watched more football than you have been alive. Hello, James. Hope you're well. Daniel said, did you see Regal said that Moxley was the actual person that came up with Blackpool Combat Club? I did, yes. Sporting Central says Rolly needs to put Tank on the back foot from round 1. I completely agree with that. I agree with that. I'm blaming DJ L, hello, shout out to you. Chalmers, hello, says, was you shocked by Bivol beating Canelo? I mean, I was, but then I also wasn't. So I thought that Canelo was going to be able to get it done. To be honest, the reason why I thought he would get it done is because it's Canelo, and I just thought that he would have been able to... I thought that he was going to have looked at that challenge and planned and prepared for that challenge and got himself... like, you know, trained and focused and, right, I know what I need to do. So if he accepts that challenge, I have to feel that he is, you know, able to rise to that challenge. So I think we all have gone long past doubt in Canelo. I mean, look, in the cold light of day, he has no right to be in that ring with Bivol, because that is a division that is just beyond what he should be able to, you know, compete in. Him being in that light heavyweight division is just, it's crazy for him to go like that far up. So he, you know, we can look at it now and go, yeah, he doesn't belong there. That's too big of a division for him. So in the cold light of day, we can look at it now and go, yeah, of course he lost. Of course he lost. I mean, Bivol's massive, so of course he lost. But I must admit, like, Canelo, you just have such confidence in him that he knows what he's doing. He takes such calculated risks, if you will, that I just thought that, well, yeah, who am I to doubt him? Who am I to doubt him? I just really thought that he was going to be stepping up to Bivol, would have calculated that risk and would have prepared for it. And, well, the fight went the way the fight went, and, yeah, I was surprised at the time that he lost. I thought that, well, you know, he knows what he's doing. He clearly has looked at that challenge and felt like, well, I can catch him there, and there. That'll give me the victory. And it just didn't play out that way, did it? I mean, Bivol was pretty dominant, actually. So, I don't know. I haven't heard any more about a potential rematch. Canelo apparently wants... You see, that to Canelo is really interesting now. A rematch would be massive, because I think a lot of people, myself included, would want to know, can he solve the problem? You know, in a way, Bivol is a bit like a Rubik's Cube. Can he solve the Rubik's Cube? Can he, there's an issue there, a problem there. Can he fix it? Can he solve it? Can he find a way through? Because he was completely outfought in that first fight. But if anyone can do it, you would think that Canelo would be able to do it. Certainly giving him something to think about. But we've got the Triple G fight coming up, haven't we? I think that's the next Canelo fight. Triple G is on the horizon again. So, God, that's going to be massive. The Triple G fights have been incredible. So, Golovkin on the horizon. That is later this year, I believe. And as we said, a massive fight, I think, next weekend with Kambosos Jr. and Devin Haney. That is going to be absolutely huge. So, I need to have a look, actually, and see when's UFC on, when's that fight on. It's hard to know which way to go with that, because I don't think next weekend is like a pay-per-view for UFC. But I obviously still want to make sure that we're keeping an eye on it. But we've got some lovely Ramirez letting his hands go here. We are in round number 3. There's only about 30-odd seconds to go. Ramirez is definitely looking the better fight. Oh, that was lovely. 1-2 straight down the middle. Body shot coming in by Ramirez as well. Barclays Center is slowly starting to fill up. I think we're around about an hour and a half away from the ring walks for Tank and Rolly. So this is like the main card, if you will. There's been a few like prelims that have been on YouTube and whatever, but I decided to like skip those because really this card is mainly about that main event. I think the co-main event looks pretty decent as well, though. But yeah, I think the interest is all about the main event tonight. Let's try and blast down the chat. Mystic said the trilogy is going to be amazing. Triple G is getting older. But you would still think that he's in his prime, said Mystic. Yeah, good point. I'm really looking forward to that. The previous fights have been fantastic and obviously very, very close. So I think Triple G is, I think, the fighter that most people would regard as giving Canelo like his toughest test. I mean, maybe it's a bit of a shame that it's coming off the heels of the Bivol fight because, you know, all of a sudden now it was all about who can beat Canelo. The only person to have done it was Mayweather. But now he's been beaten by Bivol. But it does feel very, very unfair because, like, what I love about Canelo, and I'm sure you guys feel the same, is that he's constantly testing himself. Like, he could just take super easy mandatory fights and just, you know, pad out his records. But instead, he's looking for the toughest challenges. Like, he is ducking no one. He's going after anyone and everyone. And even though Triple G has given him, like, amongst his hardest fights, you know, here we are again with another Triple G fight coming up. And I hope that the Bivol fight doesn't take away the interest for the Triple G fight, because I do think that Triple G fight, you know, we're going right back into his wheelhouse now. Like, this is a fight that he should be able to win, but Triple G has always given him a tough challenge, so should be great. Should be really great fight. Big strike coming in there by Ramirez. He's got Melendez up against the ropes. We are in round number 4. Matt Carney, hello, shout out to you, bud, says, if you yourself was a boxer, would you be a wild fighter like Tyson, brackets, a force of aggression, or would you be a technical, calculated machine? It's an interesting question. To be honest, I think that I would try to be technical. I've got a real love for, like, the technical side of it. Obviously, when people just start swinging and it's like pretty wild and they're just brawling and they're going hell for leather, like there's a beauty to that. There's obviously an entertainment factor to that. But I do really enjoy, and that's probably a reason why I really enjoy UFC. I do really enjoy, like, the chess aspect, the technical aspect, the game plan side, the trying to outsmart your opponent. Like, I'm really, you know, we've just been talking about how Rolly probably needs to come out, like, quick, fast, hard tonight. His window of opportunity is in those first few rounds. The reason being because I do think Tank is a more technical fighter. He's got better skills. And the longer the fight goes, I think Tank will be able to utilize those skills. I think that he's a bit of a slow starter. It takes him a while to work his opponent out and put everything together. So my mind always tends to look at those kinds of stories, if you will. The story of the fight. What's the story of the fight going to be? And sitting here now, what I'm expecting, I mean, what might happen, of course, could be different. But what I'm expecting is I'm expecting Tank to not look great in those first few rounds. I'm expecting Rolly to look the better fighter. I'm expecting Rolly to put the pressure on. I'm expecting Rolly to find those shots that are going to cause Tank trouble. And then I'm waiting to see how is Tank going to respond to that. So I think I've got a real enjoyment for and a real appreciation for the art of boxing and the sweet science itself. But, so, yeah, I think if I was starting out in boxing, which obviously I'm clearly not going to do now that I'm old and frail, but if I was young and I was going into boxing, I think I would really enjoy, like, learning all the different kind of defenses, like the Philly shell and all that kind of stuff. And really, like, you know, trying to get my head around the sweet science. I just think I think there's real beauty in pulling something out of nowhere. Do you know what I mean? Pulling out like an amazing shot or an amazing defense, or doing something that you know, makes people go, "Wow, that was impressive." For him to find that opening, you know, to move your body weight or move your like your footwork, have your footwork in a certain position or defend in a certain way. I think, like, you know, there's real beauty to that. Nice strikes to the body here by Melendez. We are up to round number 5. Jay said about tonight. GDD. Oh, hang on, the chat jumped off screen. GTD. Let me try and find... Where's that gone? Where's that comment gone? I wanted to read it. About tonight. Here we go. About tonight, GTD and Rolly let the champion get in their time. Canelo lost, and that is that. Yeah, I'm looking forward to tonight's main event. I really, really am. This is one that I would have... I don't know, it's difficult. I would say that I would have had an eye on it, but to be honest, we tend to do UFC every weekend. And the problem with UFC, it's a bit similar to boxing, is that you can't just keep an eye on other things. Because with UFC, like, there can be a knockout at any moment. There can be an ending at any moment. And a finish at any moment. So it sort of demands your full attention. I sort of feel that, like, with football, with soccer, because you know it's definitely going for 90 minutes, you can kind of sit there and watch that. And, you know, whatever else is going on, you can kind of give that a bit of an attention as well. You can't do that with UFC. So this is definitely one I would have... I don't know if I would have watched, but I would have looked out for the result. And tried to find highlights or whatever. But I don't know if I would have had a chance to watch it. But we're just really fortunate there's no UFC tonight. So, no UFC this weekend. That allows us to watch this instead. But I have to admit, I'm really, really tempted by Kambosos Jr. next weekend. Like, I'm 99% certain we're going to do it. I really want to watch that fight. Kambosos Jr., who we did watch, actually, when he became champion. We did watch him win the titles. So, that watch-along's on the channel. So, we have watched... Kambosos Jr. We want to see him against Devin Haney, and that's going to be a great fight. Nice overhand right there by Ramirez. Melendez keeps getting backed up against the ropes. See people in the chat asking all the time, when is the main event starting? Main event going to be in about an hour and 20 minutes, but obviously it depends how these fights go beforehand. We do have 2 more fights to go after this, as we are at the end of round number 5. They are backstage with Tank, just talking to Tank. Can't hear what they're saying, actually. There's nothing on the microphone. Great work, Showtime. Great work. Backstage with Tank. They haven't turned the microphone on. Yeah, brilliant. Great job. MJF wasn't the only person to miss his meet and greet today. Samoa Joe apparently wasn't present. MJF was spotted at a casino, but no words on Joe. Something does seem up. William said, Days show in his Back to the Fights. Days protesting. William, shout out to you. Crazy Cheech, hello, shout out to you, dude. Mystic said, I got Haney winning, to be honest, but will be a good test for Kambosos. Well, Kambosos' win, obviously, when he took the titles, was an upset. So he looked great in that fight, but it's hard to know quite... Was that a fluke? It's hard to know quite where his level is at. So, yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. I've got Haney winning as well, but... I mean, look, Kambosos could be absolutely the real deal. It's really interesting. It's a massive fight as well. It's in a stadium, I believe, isn't it? Isn't it in Marvel Stadium? Last time he fought was end of last year when he beat Teofimo Lopez, and Kambosos Jr. won the WBA Super. So this is the WBA regular that we're watching tonight be defended by Tank. So you've got the WBA regular and then you've got the WBA Super. Well, that's one that Kambosos Jr.'s got. He got the WBA Super, he got the IBF, the WBO, and the Ring Lightweight titles. So, and Devin Haney is, I think, also the WBC Lightweight Champion. So, I mean, tons of titles being defended next weekend. Tons of titles at Marvel Stadium. And Marvel Stadium can hold 50 odd thousand. UFC actually have had, I think, isn't that where they did Whittaker against Adesanya the first time? I think that was at Marvel Stadium. So, yeah, mega fight next, I'm sure it's next weekend. Kambosos' fight is on at 4 a.m. Eastern in the US. So that will be 9 a.m. your time, says David. That's... I mean, that's fine for me. That's great. That means that we should be able to do UFC and do the fight. So that works for me. But we've got a lot of American friends that join us. There's a large part of our community that is based in America. Are our American friends going to be staying up at 4 a.m.? I mean, that's nothing for us. Right now in the UK, it's 2:42 a.m. It's nearly 3 a.m. So, I mean, it's nothing for us to be up at that time. But I don't know, are people going to be staying up at that time to watch Devin Haney against Kambosos Jr.? I feel like we should do it anyway, to be honest. I feel like it's such a big fight, and there's so many titles on the line that, yeah, the fact that it's not colliding with UFC is a big tick. So I can see us doing that next weekend. Yeah, appreciate that. Johnny said, I've got $100 on Romero in round 6. He'd better get that knockout. That's interesting. I don't know. I mean, I've personally got I don't know why I've not put it in the chat. As soon as we get this next round started, I'll put it in the chat and see what you lot are thinking. I would imagine Tank is probably favourite amongst you guys, but Rolly has got a chance. He's very confident as well. Very, very confident. Coming into this with bags of confidence. Unrelated, but Chelsea, Bayern, and Real Madrid won in 2012, 2013, 2014, and those three teams also won in 2020, 2021, and 2022. Oh. Right, here we go. We are underway with the next round. This is round number 7, so feels like this one is heading to the distance. Let's jump into the chat and put a poll up, see what you lot are thinking. Which way do you think this is going to go? Who will win? Is it going to be Tank or is it going to be Rolly? We are getting closer. We've got a really interesting co-main coming up as well, which I am looking forward to, with Lara taking on Ireland's O'Sullivan. That is for the WBA middleweight title as well. So we've got a few title fights on this card. So co-main actually looks quite good. So looking forward to that. So not only have we got Tank Rolly in the main event, which is obviously bringing the attention, but we do have Lara against O'Sullivan in the co-main. There is another fight to go before we get to that, though. So got a few things to get through. Sporting Central said, Rolly, he's easy to hit. He's got a big head. There was a lot of back and forth, wasn't there? There was a lot of interesting stuff being said at the press conferences. If you saw the build towards this, you've seen it's been quite an interesting one. Like, Rolly has definitely done his side of the promotion. He's definitely done his part of the bargain in drumming up interest. He's been very outspoken. And obviously, I think what's also played in the advantage of this fight is the fact they were meant to fight, I think it was at the end of last year, and it got delayed. And I do think that delay has been quite beneficial because it's meant that this fight has been spoken about even more, and the build for this fight has been extended. And now that it's finally here, it feels like quite a big deal. So, yeah, great. We've seen a bit of boxing this year, actually. I did want to bring more boxing onto the channel. I do really enjoy watching it. I think the best event I've seen all year out of anything has been Taylor and Serrano. The Taylor-Serrano fight, I just absolutely fell in love with. I just love that fight. And obviously we watched White against Fury as well. Looking forward to Usyk and Joshua. That's obviously coming up. We're talking about Kambosos Jr., Devin Haney, and, that plethora of lightweight titles for next weekend. So we've got that on the horizon as well. So plenty more boxing coming up. And Triple G and Canelo as well. Very much interested in that. End of round number 7. This first fight, as we said, drifting its way towards the judges. What's your opinion on Shakur Stevenson? Brilliant. Great fighter. I don't know what you can really say about him that hasn't already been said. One of the best in the world. Going to go on to be a real prominent factor in boxing. I mean, he already is, but I feel like as he's getting older and as he's getting into more and more bigger fights, he's starting to grab attention now again, starting to grab attention of people that aren't just boxing fans. But, very skillful, wonderful fighter. Very, young and exciting. And, I really enjoy watching him fight. I didn't get a chance to actually watch his fight recently. He fought recently, didn't he? And I didn't get a chance to see it. Again, this is where UFC tends to get in the way a little bit. But, a big fan. I still keep an eye out on, the results, even if I don't get a chance to watch. And if I can, try and watch highlights as well. I do think, though, that the lightweight division has got so many interesting matches and matchups in it that is a massive advantage that this division has got over other divisions. Is in this division, you're looking at Kambosos, you're looking at Tank, you're looking at Lopez, you're looking at Lomachenko, you're looking at Devin Haney. There's so many great matchups, and it feels like we've only just started to scratch the surface with some of those matchups. So, I'm really, really interested to see. I'm hoping, actually, that Tank gets the win here, and then that really sets up some big, big fights in the future. And as we said, I don't know with what promotion that's going to be, but some big shots here by Ramirez. And Melendez had his hands down, and he's getting tagged here quite a bit. It felt like he was on the verge of getting put away. Couple of big shots. He had his hands down and he really took some punishment there. Ramirez looking quite good. But not finding those shots that could put Melendez away. I mean, there was a moment there where Melendez had his hands down. Ramirez was just able to do what he wanted, really. And the fact that he wasn't able to put Melendez away, I think, is a little bit concerning from a finishing point of view, from a power point of view. But I think Ramirez has looked the better fighter here as we're getting towards the end of round number 8. David said, I read that information wrong. It's 4 a.m. your time. Oh. That's better for America, but does that collide with UFC? Feels like it might. Either way, I'll look into it. No worries. I'll, as I said, very much on my radar, but that's better for America anyway, isn't it? That's better for America if it's on if that's 4 a.m. my time, that'll be 11 p.m. Eastern. So that's better for you guys. If it's on at 4 a.m. or 9 a.m. Over here, it does make me wonder who's going to stay up for that, Got to be pretty die-hard to stay up till 4 a.m. to be watching boxing. I feel like Ryan Garcia has ruined his career a little bit at the moment. All he does is talk, and he's not on Haney's level. Yeah, well, he's got to step up, hasn't he? I mean, I don't disagree. I mean, Garcia is someone that has got loads of potential and promise, but he does talk an awful lot. We do need to see that getting backed up. But you could say that about a lot of fighters. You know, there's a lot of fighters out there that talk a lot and say how they're the best, and I think that's one of the criticisms of boxing. There's a few criticisms of boxing, and I think what UFC has done has shown maybe a better way forwards. Boxing got a bit bloated, and you know, it doesn't always give you like the big fights that you want to see, and that's why, you know, a lot of respect for Canelo, because Canelo's out there, you know, just putting on the biggest fights he can and taking on all the challenges he can. But you don't see that mentality from other fighters. Not everyone shares that mentality. And I think that's a real shame, because there's big fights out there, big paydays. But the thing with boxing, and it's sort of the same with UFC, but not quite the same. In UFC, if you are undefeated, that's obviously huge. But if you lose, it's not the biggest problem in the world. Like, you're not finished. There's plenty of UFC fighters that have got losses on their records. The vast majority, actually, have got losses on their records. Only, like, the creme de la creme have managed to stay undefeated. But those fighters have fought big names. You know, I'm thinking about Usman, who is undefeated, and he's taken on every challenge that there is. Adesanya was undefeated until he moved up a weight division and lost to Jan Blachowicz. But that was moving up a weight division in order for him to lose. Obviously, Khabib retired undefeated, and he took on Conor, he took on Dustin Poirier, he took on Justin Gaethje. He didn't really duck anyone. There's a feeling that he retired a bit early, and maybe he could have faced Charles Oliveira. Maybe he could have taken on the Tony Ferguson fight, which we never got. But, yeah, I think no one's saying that he ducked anyone. So, like, UFC, because it's just the one organization and they only have the one belt, it kind of forces fighters to go up against each other. Whereas with boxing, you do tend to see a lot of mandatory challenges and maybe fights that don't have the mass market appeal. They're maybe a little bit, you know, you look at like the fact we couldn't get the Tyson Fury Joshua fight over the line, and how frustrating that is. Like, that fight should happen. It should still happen. But even his wife said, Fury's wife was like, I think there's one fight he would come back for, because apparently he's retired now. There's one fight he would come back for, that'd be the Joshua fight. But, I mean, it might be too late. Usyk's on the scene now, and there's no guarantees that Joshua's going to beat Usyk. So we might actually not get Joshua Fury. It just might not happen. We just might have to accept it's another one of those boxing dream matches that never came to fruition. So that is a problem. That is a problem with boxing. There's too many big fights that don't get made because people don't want to, don't want to lose, don't want to get knocked out, don't want to have that loss on their records, which I do understand. But in UFC, you're sort of forced into it because there's only one championship. Do you know what I mean? If you're in the lightweight division, there's not like 5 or 6 different titles to fight for. You've only got the one. So eventually, if you keep winning, you're going to have to face the champion, and you can't pick and choose what that champion's going to be. Final round on this one, as we said, felt like this was drifting its way towards going to decision. And we are heading into the final round. We got 2 more fights after this, and then we will get to the main event. Probably are around about an hour away. But really does depend how these other fights go. Of course, if they are going to go the distance, that is going to delay the time it takes to get to that main event. So, yeah, it's hard to say exactly when we will be up and running here with that main event, but it is coming up. People need to know. Right, we've had over 250 votes so far. Let's just have a quick little look at that whilst we're waiting to get to the judges here. 81% of you have gone with Tank. winning tonight, which I think, I don't know if that's a great surprise. I certainly expected Tank to have the majority of people siding with him, but 80-odd%? Is that high? Is that lower than what people are expecting? That's probably roughly where I thought it would be. It's probably roughly where I thought it would be. Ramirez throwing a lovely straight right to Melendez. Backing Melendez back against the ropes. Nice little uppercut there that just got blocked by Melendez. And Melendez, oh, lovely 1-2 straight down the middle by Ramirez. I like the fact that they put their knockouts on screen as well. So not only have we got the clock, but we've got their records and the number of knockouts that they have had as well. So if you're not familiar with the fighters, it gives you quite a bit of information on screen. And Ramirez, again, just letting his hands go. Very impressive. Some really, really good skills being showcased here. Nice right-hand jab there by Ramirez. Hands down by Melendez. Two being broken apart. We're into the final minute on this one. We've got about 1 minute or so to go. Getting backed up a little bit. All we know, your boxing tactic would be throw a punch and run away. Oh, absolutely. What I can tell you, though, is that if I did actually box, I would like to learn how to... I would like to learn the sweet science. My intention would be to learn the sweet science. But I have no disagreement. I mean, no doubt that if I actually stepped in there, I would probably abandon it all and just start swinging for the fences. And I'm crying at the same time as well. Why is everyone asking me how I am, says William. I don't mind America, says Mystic. Oh, hello. There we go, end of the fight. Good work at the end by Ramirez as the fight comes to the end. Both fighters obviously put their hands in the air, and this one's going to go to the judges. So that one going all 10 rounds. And we will be moving on to our next fight quite quickly, I would imagine. Got Ramos taking on Santa Maria in our next fight. Second fight of the evening. Ramos versus Santa Maria. I mean, yeah, look. I was keeping half an eye on that one. I wasn't really crazy about that fight, but I mean, it looked good. There was some good action in there. Some nice shots being thrown. Days, what football team do you support? I support Man United. I support Man United. I have done since I was young, and they're rubbish right now. Yes, I'm optimistic for the future. We've just got a new manager, and yeah, it's been a rubbish season. But I do think Premier League football is probably as good as it's ever been. I think we've just spent a whole season doing a whole watch along for the Premier League, and it's been really fun. And I think the quality is exceptional, certainly from the likes of what Man City, Liverpool are producing. Chelsea have been very good at times this season. Tottenham have had some really great performances. So, you know, I think that next year as well, with the fact that Man City have gone out and got Haaland, the fact that Newcastle have just been taken over by Saudi Arabia, and they've got tons of investment coming into their team. The fact that Man United have now gone and got a new manager, next season looks absolutely mouth-watering. If ever you were thinking of getting into watching soccer or football, next season, which starts... it's August, isn't it? I mean, it's finished now for a couple of months. It's the end of the season. Season literally just ended. Like, today was the last game. So a couple of months and then they'll be back. They're back earlier than usual because of the World Cup. But, yeah, next season definitely be worth getting into. Right, we should be getting the decisions here. We could talk about Man United being rubbish, but I support Wolves. So how do you think I feel? Hey, Wolves are not too bad. I feel like their season was a bit underwhelming. Defensively, they were great. But, yeah, you need a striker. Jimenez, well, I say you need a striker. You need to create more opportunities. Because there just weren't many opportunities falling for Jimenez. But I think Jimenez also, by his standards, had a disappointing season. So, yeah, I'll be interested to see who Wolves bring in, actually. Be very interested to see who Wolves bring in. They feel like a solid Premier League side right now, but could very quickly and very easily, without investment, start falling down the table. Right, it's taken a while to get these scorecards, but we've got them. Here we go. Wow, 95-95 by one scorecard. 96-94. 98-92. Ramirez wins it. Ramirez wins it. I don't feel like that's the biggest surprise in the world. The biggest surprise is the fact that one of the judges gave it a draw. I must admit, I was keeping half an eye on it, and Ramirez looked the much better boxer in there. And the fact that one of the judges gave it a draw, I think, is quite a surprise. One of the judges watched it and gave it a draw. One of the judges gave it to Ramirez by 2 rounds. One of the judges gave it to Ramirez by 6 rounds. So, really, quite a wide variety there in what judges were seeing. But I think the right person won in the end. It's gone to Eduardo Ramirez. He picks up the victory and we move on. But yeah, one of the judges gave it 95-95, which is kind of interesting. So that's our first fight of the evening, of the main card done. We've got Ramos and Santa Maria coming up next. Ramos is a minus 800 favorite. And Santa Maria is plus 500 underdog. So you would have to bet $800 to win $100 if you wanted to go for Ramos. Ramos 18-0, 15 knockouts. He's only 21 years old. Big prospect. Southpaw. He's got big power. Made his debut in 2018. Improving all the time. Very technical. Great heart. Likely to find a finish. As we said, he's found 15 knockouts from his 18 wins so far. And obviously a lot of those are going to be against Cans, journeymen. To be 21 and have a record of 18-0, that record is definitely padded, but still very impressive, and he's got great experience. This is going to be a good test for him, but one that should result in a victory for Ramos here. Very much looking forward to watching him perform, actually. I would say the story of the next 3 fights, Ramos, who is young, prospect, really looking forward to seeing what he can bring. The next fight after that is for the WBA middleweight title, as Lara defends the title against O'Sullivan. O'Sullivan is 37 from Ireland, and this is his first title fight. So a massive fight for him. And as we said, this is in the Barclays Center. And then we've got our main event after that. So 4 fights. We've just had our first one done. Ramirez getting the victory. And we are going to be moving on to our super welterweight belts coming up next. I've been doing boxing for about 6 years, and southpaws are the most annoying to fight as their stance is the opposite to yours, which means that you are both open to each other. Hi, Days. I've always been a huge David Beckham fan. Man United is a great pick, says M. Kern. Shout out to you, buds. Yeah, Beckham was a bit divided opinion, to be honest. I mean, I don't think anyone doubted his skill. But I think that he was, like, always in the press, always, out on the town. He was a brand. Do you know what I mean? You would always see him, like, doing modelling and all that kind of stuff. And I think for a lot of football fans, that was just, like, noise that wasn't needed. People appreciated his skill on the pitch, but maybe what he was doing off the pitch was a big distraction. So he definitely divided opinion. I always appreciated him as a Man United player. I always appreciated him. And, his ability to whip in crosses and take free kicks was absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. What you didn't really see much from him, though, was like him getting stuck in with tackling and all that kind of stuff, tracking back and all of that. You didn't really get too much of that from David Beckham. I would say that he was a little limited with what he could bring, but what he did bring was incredible accuracy. Long balls, short ball passing, brilliant crosses, brilliant free kicks. As I said, I always appreciated him. But someone that I think definitely divided opinion was actually public enemy number one here in England, because he was part of the reason we got knocked out of the World Cup in '98. We were playing Argentina, and he got sent off because he was down on the floor and he just kicked out at someone. The referee saw it and sent him off. And so we had to play the rest of the game with 10 men. Ended up going to penalties, and we ended up going out on penalties. So maybe not quite fair to blame him for that, but the country did. So I think that was something that was a stumbling block for him. But yeah, I always, as I say, I appreciated him. How come Rashford doesn't play as much? He was a promising player. Doesn't get time now. To be honest, he had an injury, Rashford. And he was struggling with that injury. He went to the Euros and didn't really play for England. Ended up coming on in the final and missing that penalty. But he was struggling with an injury. And so after the Euros, he had surgery. I think it was a shoulder injury. He had surgery and he missed at the start of the season. And there was quite a bit of excitement for when he was going to come back. But to be honest, he came back and I think the wheels were falling off the team. Like Man United have had one of their worst seasons. And I think what he did was he came back into a team that was struggling. I think he was also trying to ease his way back from an injury. And to be honest, his performances have just been well below what we've seen from him. I think people have been a bit harsh on Rashford. I mean, he's not had a great season, but he did start it off injured. And I think the team have struggled all season. And we've obviously changed manager in November. And then we've had about 6 months plus with an interim manager. And it's been far from ideal. Far from ideal. The whole thing's been a catastrophe. And, in the middle of that, you've had Rashford trying to find form, trying to find a way into the team. And, towards the end of the season, just ended up being dropped, to be honest. Just never found that form. So I think it's just been a bad season. And I think next year, as long as that bad form doesn't continue, I fully expect Ten Hag to come in and, get Rashford back up and running again. I think people forget that Rashford is this great player, a sleeping giant that, United are very fortunate to have. Sancho on the one wing, Rashford on the other wing. I really feel like that's, Ten Hag should be able to get something out of those players. We know what Sancho was doing in Germany, and he started to show improvement in the Premier League. So if you are just joining us, I know we're chatting about lots of different things, just kind of going wherever the conversation goes. And to be honest, we don't have any action at the moment. We have just finished our first fight. We will be going over to our second fight very, very soon. But all the time we're getting closer towards that main event. And as I said, I don't expect this next fight to go the distance. I do expect Ramos to get the victory and to get a knockout as well. So I am thinking this one likely won't go all 10 rounds. Don't know about the co-main. Co-main potentially could go the distance. Main event, I'm expecting there to be a finish. I don't expect that to go the distance. So, yeah, we'll see. 3 fights left, including the main event. And we're going to see how this plays out. They're just showing some of Rolly's previous fights. And he's looked very good, but the level of competition that he's faced has been relatively low. So they are just showing some of those previous fights. Do you think Tyson will fight again, and against who, says John? He might do. If he does, I mean, he's just doing exhibitions, isn't he? So it's very difficult to say who it would be against. I don't know if he would be open to fighting like Logan Paul or like Jake. I don't know if they could make that work. I mean, that would feel like one of the biggest paydays that would be out there for him. I mean, he would undoubtedly win those fights, but I don't know if that's something that would interest him. I don't know. I don't quite know what he's trying to achieve anymore. I mean, I just think that he loves fighting. I think he loves fighting and he loves money, and I don't think it really matters to him as to who he's facing. I tell you, he looked great in that Roy Jones Jr. fight. The fight he has against Roy Jones Jr., that was just an exhibition, but I really enjoyed it. I really, really enjoyed that exhibition. So I haven't actually heard any rumours about who could be next for Tyson, but he's got himself into good shape. He seems to be in a decent place mentally, and yeah, I think like some of that Roy Jones Jr. one was great, really great. We watched Holyfield, and oh god, it was horrific. Who did he face? Was it Tito Ortiz? Oh no, I think it was Vitor Belfort, wasn't it? Is it Vitor Belfort? We watched him in action. That's the boxing event that we did. And I think it was on Triller. And it was awful. It was awful. So, you know, Tyson actually is someone that I think has still got it. He's someone that I think can still go out there and really show what is all about and show some of his skills. But yeah, there's definitely some fighters that are done, and I would say Holyfield was one. Big Boy Dahlia low. Apparently MJF has flown out of Vegas tonight. No match tomorrow. Is that new? Is that true? News, is it? Breaking news. Can't say I've heard that. I heard that he wasn't at the meet and greet today, but I haven't heard that he's flown out. So, I mean, that would be massive news if true. Are they fighting? No, not yet, bud. Not yet. They've just done their ring walks. So we are just waiting for this next one to get underway. We've got Santa Maria inside the octagon, and there is Ramos fighting out of Arizona. 18 wins, 15 knockouts. So we should be underway with this very soon. John said, yeah, it was Belfort. It was sad to see a legend go down like that. Frankie Bones, hello, said, I think we get finishes in all of the next 3 fights. Sean Rossap is reporting MJF has a flight booked tonight, leaving Vegas. Seems like the last straw for MJF. Surely check his recent tweet. Big Boy said it's on Sean Rossap's Twitter. That is big news. Him not being at the signing, I thought was interesting, but could also be explained. Kind of also felt like it could be, do you know what I mean? Like, did he oversleep? I heard there was rumors of him being in the casino, but I never saw any, confirmation of that. So was it the miscommunication? Did he oversleep? Was there trouble, like with traffic? There could be like a million reasons why he didn't make it to a meet and greet thing. But clearly, if he's now booked a flight and is not going to show up tomorrow, that is going to be a very interesting development. So that is definitely a story to keep an eye on. Matt said, if an England player in the next World Cup costs us the final by missing a penalty, would today's public be cruel or sympathetic? Are we different now? Well, we already know the answer to that because they missed penalties at the Euros. And unfortunately, we saw good and bad. I think the general public were very forgiving. There was no hangover into the season like Saka, Rashford, Sancho. There was no backlash against them. There was no chants against them. There was nothing from the general public. If anything, I think what happened in the immediate aftermath was that they, unfortunately and sadly, unsurprisingly, faced abuse online, some of it being racial abuse as well. And I think that actually galvanized people to come to their defense. So I think, if they never faced any of that abuse online, and certainly the racial stuff, would people have been as forgiving? I think they would. But the fact that they faced such abuse and it was reported, that they'd faced this abuse, that instantly galvanized everyone and brought everyone to their defense. So, there was lots of tweets doing the rounds calling them three the true three lions, the real three lions, because they stepped up when they were needed and all that kind of stuff. And so a lot of people came to their defense, and rightfully so, because that's, completely unacceptable. But I don't know how you stop that, because I think some of those tweets were traced not just to people in England, but around the world. Social media is a global platform. I mean, you're just not going to stamp out racism anytime soon. We can keep fighting the fight, and absolutely we should be. And absolutely it's, not something that should be tolerated. But the sad fact is that, on social media, which is a global platform, you're just not going to stamp it out anytime soon. It's going to take a long time, unfortunately. I mean, that's the truth of the situation. So, look, if England players miss penalties, unfortunately, I think it would probably be a similar reaction to what we saw at the Euros, because that was only last summer. It was less than 12 months ago. I think that the general public, your everyday person, would be disappointed, but wouldn't blame the players for that. It's just how it goes. Someone's got a miss in a penalty shootout, and it was them on that day. But equally, I think that social media, what with it being a global platform, they would get abuse. Unfortunately, they would get abuse. There's a big difference as well between banter and abuse. Like, there's clearly a line, and that line was crossed. And as I said, unfortunately, there was some racial stuff on there as well. So I think it would probably be more of the same. Ramos with the shot straight down the middle. He looks so composed, Ramos. He's got Santa Maria back against the ropes. He's standing his ground in the middle. Really like the look of this guy. Really like the look of Ramos. Keeps throwing out that left hand. He's got a nice defense. Coming in forward, throwing out that jab. He's the taller fighter, and he's really getting through with those shots. Nice shot to the body and a lovely left hand going up top there by Ramos. 18 wins and 15 knockouts. Does feel like he'll work out Santa Maria at some point. We've got just over 30-odd seconds to go. Coming up next, we've got Lara against O'Sullivan for the WBA middleweight title. as we said, don't expect this one to go the distance. I am expecting a finish here. Don't know at what point he'll find it. We've got 10 rounds, potentially. Santamaria trying to find a way through. Ramos again. 1-2 straight down the middle. Body shot coming in there as well. Ramos not quite turning up the intensity yet. And that is the end of round number 1. Ledger Killer, hello. Shout out to you. That's only the first round. Yes, only the first round of our second fight. So the first fight that we watched went the distance. So we've already had 10 rounds of action from that first fight. But this one, yep, going into round number 2. Judges these days need to pass the torch. Half of them need hearing aids and are blind in one eye. Pretty crazy results coming from that first one. We got one judge that saw it, the guy winning by 2 rounds, Ramirez. Another saw it, him winning by 6 rounds. The other saw it as a draw. So it is crazy. When it goes to the judges, it's in the hands of the Lord. Here we go then. Ramos again coming out, taking that centre ground and backing up Santamaria back against the ropes. Throwing out nice right hand, jabbing away. Santamaria bouncing around on the outside. Ramos again working that jab. Just throwing that jab out there and again, oh, nice little 1-2. As Santamaria came into the pocket, just worked a couple of little shots and seemed like they got through by Ramos. So, looking good so far. Keeping Santamaria at distance. And when he comes in, he's able to use his hand speed to get a couple of quick shots in. Santamaria trying to come in and throw a few shots and getting through with a few shots of his own. Nice body shot. Lovely 1-2 there. Power punches. Santamaria has managed to land 50 of his power punches. Ramos has only landed 40%. So the power punches have been obviously a big factor, but we are seeing Ramos being a lot more effective with his jab. Santamaria getting backed up into the corner. And again, just flicking out a right-hand jab there as Santamaria is dancing on the outside. He's just getting jabbed. Just seeing Ramos dropping his hands a little bit. Feels like Santamaria is growing into the fight. He's switching his stance as well as Ramos is continuing to jab. Ramos has taken a little bit of damage. A couple of shots coming into the body. Vitals says, what time is the Tank fight? Well, we was expecting it to be in around about 36 minutes. It's not the biggest undercard here on the main card. There's 3 fights and we're into the second one. But it really depends how long these fights go for. But, yeah, we was expecting it to be within half an hour. I am expecting a finish in this one. I'm not expecting this one to go all 10 rounds. And then, as we said, it really depends how long that co-main event goes for. Ramos again just firing in shots to the body. Little slip there by Santamaria, but he was able to compose himself. Get back to his feet, and that is the end of round number 2. For me, this feels like it's Ramos that's taking the rounds, but I would definitely say that Santamaria looked better there in that one. Kind of feels like he's growing into the fight a little bit. But Ramos still definitely coming across as the better fighter for me. Ramos is nice and long, just needs to be a little bit cleaner, says Frankie Bones. Legend Killer is cheering on Ramos. Ozzy said, is football coming home? I hope so, buds. I really do. We were talking about that during the Champions League stream earlier, and about the World Cup, and about like what England's chances are at that World Cup. World Cup's in November, and we'll go through to December. And yeah, I mean, look, I think England are one of the favourites for it. As to whether they can actually win it, they're going to have to get some big wins. You know, in order for them to win the World Cup, they're going to have to beat the likes of Brazil. They're going to have to beat the likes of France. They're going to have to knock out big teams. There's not really going to be a way of avoiding that. And I don't know, it's going to be hard to know what the character of this team is. I just think that like nights like tonight where Liverpool have, you know, tasted disappointment and been beaten in a final, that's good experience. Might not be a nice experience, but it's good experience for people like Henderson and Trent Alexander-Arnold, for them to, you know, have that kind of big match experience. It'd be nice for them to win it, but you know, it's also good experience to know what it's like to get to a final and taste defeat. And England, you know, obviously lost the final of the Euros, so they are also going to be able to draw on those experiences. And I think it's just going to make them a stronger team. So I think England are in a good place, whether they're favourites or not. I mean, I don't think they're the favourites, but they're amongst the favourites. So does it come home? We'll have to see. I hope so. I'd love nothing more. Right, round number 3, and we're actually seeing Santa Maria being a little bit busier right now, throwing out some nice jabs, but Ramos still managing to get Santa Maria back into the corner, letting his hands go. Uppercut coming in there by Santa Maria, throwing out some right-hand straights. Ramos again trying to get some shots through, but uppercut just missing by Santa Maria. Santa Maria is the one now that's really getting some confidence, and his counter shots just seem to be landing, and I would say he's looking the better here, but Ramos is enjoying a little phase in the fight. Yeah, Santa Maria definitely seems to be growing into this fight. That's a big shot there by Ramos, though. Lovely left hook shot. Left hook shot by Ramos. That definitely got through. But Santa Maria was able to eat it and carry on. Ramos again trying to get some body shots through. He's mixing it up and working the body. Big overhand right coming in by Santa Maria. Neither guy at the moment feels like they're on the verge of getting a knockout unless someone can just find a shot from nowhere. At the moment, you know, we are heading towards a decision on this one. I know it's early still, but yeah, I must admit, I thought that Ramos was going to be able to really put the pressure on. First round, he looked good. Second round, a little less convincing, but was still edging it. For me, this is 2-1 to Ramos. 2-1 to Ramos, and maybe a bit of concern in Ramos's corner that he's not looking as sharp as what he was in that first round. Maybe a bit of concern as well that not only is he not looking as sharp, but it does feel like Santa Maria is actually growing into this fight. Sean Rossap is going to update if MJF decides to board that plane that is booked for him tonight or not, okay? Do we know what time that flight is booked? Are you calling all 5 hours of AEW's pay-per-view and matches? Yes. Yeah, we're, you know, as much as they're showing, I mean, I'm not aware of any dark matches that aren't going to get shown. We'll be watching the buy-in and everything. So yeah, in fact, not only will we be doing the buy-in and the actual show, but I think we're scheduled to start about an hour before as well. So yeah, if you are a fan of AEW, we'll be all over that tomorrow. Did you know, Days, you could definitely be a character in Peaky Blinders? that pleases me more than you'll ever know. My family are all from Birmingham, so yeah, that's absolutely where I'm from. The Shelby family. In fact, the place that I was born and raised, Stourbridge, is actually mentioned in one of the episodes of Peaky Blinders. Because my family's all from round where Peaky Blinders is set. So if this was 100 years ago, who knows? I might have been a Peaky Blinder. Nice shot there by Ramos as Santa Maria was coming in. They go into the clinch. So we are underway with round number 4 here of this fight. And a little bit scrappy. Not as clean as what we was expecting. Ramos had looked really good in that first round. But just think that maybe he's giving Santa Maria a little bit too much respect. And Santa Maria just really now is asking a lot of questions. And Ramos not seemingly not finding all the answers. It's getting a bit sloppier now. Yeah, he is attacking the body here, Santa Maria. Moving around. Lovely uppercut. Santa Maria with a lovely left-hand uppercut and then a hook shot to the body straight after. Moving around on the outside, jabbing away by Ramos. Oh, that just missing. Lovely body shot by Ramos there. He is looking for a big kill shot, Ramos. He does keep looking to try and throw that left hand. But he's not been able to find anything yet. Great head movement by Santa Maria. A couple of jabs in as Santa Maria was able to evade that. I've got it 2-1 Ramos at the moment, but Santa Maria looked good. I would say even better in the third round, and some really great head movement here. Actually, on display by both fighters. Even Ramos there showing some great head movement. Close little fight this, you know. Much closer than what I was expecting. Much closer than what the odds had it as well. Sean said that he's not going to specify the time or location. It's flying to just for personal reasons. Or location it's flying to for personal reasons. That's fine. I mean, if you did reveal that, then you might get loads of fans going down and, you know, make a bit of a circus out of the whole thing. So that's fine if he's not revealing it. The other thing as well is that MJF might be not walking out, but it might be personal reasons for that as well. Do you know what I mean? It might be that something's happened and he's got to head back to his family, or who knows. Right, round 5. I'm only excited for the new game of Thrones. What's that? Thrones prequel. I didn't even know they were doing one. Ooh, lovely quick hands here by Ramos, working the body. Santa Maria with some lovely shots back though. Smile on the face of Ramos. Swing and a miss. And again, another swing and a miss. Santa Maria with some good head movement. Nice. Santa Maria getting out of the corner. He's getting trapped in the corner a little bit there. Ramos on the front foot. Right now, total punches, 61 for Ramos. Santa Maria, 58. I gotta say, this fight feels like it's 2 rounds each to me. And those numbers there kind of backing up how close it actually is. So those numbers, I believe, unofficial, but showing that it is very, very close. Ramos just landing a few more, but really not much in it. Barclays Center is sold out for this one, and it's looking quite full in there. Ramos swinging away. Santa Maria ducking underneath those shots. Nice shot coming in by Ramos. He's edging forwards. We've got Santa Maria on the back foot. Again, trying to throw in a hook shot, and Ramos just leaning out the way. Yeah, I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see if, as this fight progresses, if either fighter can find a finish. Right now, I'm not as confident. Ramos is edging forward, looking for body shots. Swing and a miss there by Santa Maria. Santa Maria with some shots straight down the middle. Bit of damage on the face of Ramos. Nice body shot. I think there's a bit of blood on the face of Ramos. That was good. Managed to get a left jab through there, Ramos. Followed it up with some shots to the body as well. Quick body shots coming in by Santa Maria. And again, some flurry of shots coming in. Really close round, this one. Really close fight, actually. Yeah, neither guy has really landed anything significant. End of the round, and let me know which way you're scoring this, because I think it's really difficult to score. I'm actually gonna go at the moment Santa Maria just edging it 3-2, but if anyone had Ramos edging it, I wouldn't argue. I don't feel like it's every round is going in one direction. But right now, I'd probably be saying Santa Maria 3-2. But if you are watching the fight, I'd be very interested to know what you think, because this feels very close. Very close. It's being described as MJF simply not getting on with management and frustrations over a new contract. Doesn't seem to be for a family matter. Rolly is going to do something sloppy and pay for it. Tank is going to get knockout round 5, says Calhoun. See that? There's people that are definitely feeling that. I think that it will take Tank a little bit of time. We've been talking about during the stream. I do think it'll take him a little bit of time to get going. But I think once he is up and running, then I think he will be able to find that finish. So, yeah, I think round 5, Tank is a really good shout. Body shots, Ramos with 36, Santa Maria with 20. 3-2 Ramos, but it is super close, says Sporting Central. Hayden has got it 3-2. What time is the fight, says Kendall. So, the main fight is, we thought, going to be starting in roughly 20-odd minutes' time. But it looks like it's going to be quite a bit delayed, because we do still have the co-main event to come after this. And I was expecting this fight to have ended by now, to be honest. But we're in round 6 here. And we've got a really interesting, engaging fight. Super welterweight fight. Santa Maria, 24 years old. He's got 7 knockouts of his 13 wins. I think also as well, there's a little side story to this, that Santa Maria beat Ramos's uncle in a boxing match. And Ramos is looking for revenge for that. So there's a little side story. But at the moment, I feel like it's really close, and a couple of quick body shots there by Santa Maria. What I'm seeing from Ramos is, again, a real flurry of shots, but all on the god. That's a lovely hook shot, though. Lovely hook shot by Ramos. Body shot there by Ramos. Into the clinch. Referee looking to break them apart. That hook shot just gives Ramos the edge in this round for me. A lot of the shots that Santa Maria was throwing seemed to land onto the guards. So I don't know. Even though Santa Maria looks like the busier fighter and is seemingly throwing a lot more, he's throwing a lot more combos and flurries. I don't know how much is actually getting through. Body shots there by Ramos. They got through. Body shot coming back by Santa Maria. They got through. Jab coming in. 20-odd seconds on the clock. Nice head movement by Ramos. It's a good straight left hand. Oh, heavy shots coming in by Ramos. We are towards the end of the 6th round. I'm going to give this to Ramos. I'm actually going to go 3-3. Don't feel brilliant about it. I don't feel brilliant about it because I think these rounds are super, super close. I think you can make an argument that they're going either way. But for me, I feel like if this fight was to end now, who is the winner of this fight? I think it would be right to say it was a draw. So I would have it as 3-3 at the moment. I'm not watching it, says Almighty Nick. But I've got Wrestling Days winning all 5 rounds. Tank is going to be fighting in about an hour and a half, says Rivi. I don't know if it'll take that long, to be honest, but I mean, we do still have the co-main event to go, yes. Kendall said, do you like Tank or do you like Rolly? I mean, I'm a Tank fan. I do like Tank, so I'm hoping he gets the victory here. I want him to get the victory because I think there's some big matches for him on the horizon. So I want to see him going after those big fights. So yeah, I like Tank. To be honest, I mean, like, Tank's been accused of like some pretty shady stuff. Rolly's been accused of some shady stuff. I don't know how likable either fighter necessarily is, but all that to one side, like I do like watching Tank. I find him a very entertaining fighter. As we said, 26 fights, 24 knockouts. I think he went on a 16-fight streak of knockouts where he was knocking out all of his opponents in like 16 fights in a row. Great fighter. Great fighter. And, if I wasn't interested in this fight, we wouldn't be here. But, yeah, definitely one that I wanted to watch. Just like next weekend with Cambosis Jr. Ramos is edging forwards. And, again, he's got Santa Maria just covering up a little bit. It's good work so far by Ramos. 1-2 straight down the middle by Ramos. Throwing out a right-hand jab. Good head movement by Santa Maria. Quite cagey, I'd imagine. We're starting to get towards the end of the fight now. We've got a few more rounds to go after this, so cardio is definitely going to be a factor. Ramos is getting backed up a little bit as Santa Maria is throwing out some shots straight down the middle. Ryan Garcia thinks that Rolly is going to win. Do you know, I've seen a few people picking for Rolly. I've seen a few people going that way, but the vast majority are with Tank on this. I think that the fact that Rolly has been so vocal and is so confident, I mean, self-belief is a really important factor in boxing. Like, believing in yourself and your own skills and your ability to beat the opponent. It feels like Rolly has definitely got that. I don't think he's faking that. I think he's definitely got that. And I can totally understand as to why people are thinking that he's got a chance. But I just think Tank's the more skillful fighter. Got about 10 seconds to go here. Another really, really close round. Another really close round. Santa Maria into the clinch, and the referee's going to separate them apart, and he does. So, there we go. End of round number 7. Again, let me know, how are you seeing it? Very, very close. I'm going to say that Rolly is... Rolly. I'm going to say that Ramos is edging this. Got Rolly on the brain. I'm going to say that Ramos is edging it. Yeah, lovely right hook. Follows it with a left hook as well. He's getting through with some nice shots, but not much in it. Not much in it at all. MJF argument doesn't make much sense. He wants to upgrade his money, but on his current contract, which never happens in any business, Tony has stated he will get top superstar money on his new one. How many rounds is this fight? This fight can go 10 rounds. And we're up to round number 8. Here we go. So, round number 8, Ramos against Santa Maria. And we've got Ramos edging forwards. Shot coming into the body. Ramos having a look, trying to find a way through. He's got Santa Maria backed up against the ropes. Santa Maria has been having to counterpunch throughout the whole fight and getting some nice overhand right shots in. It's a lovely straight left there by Santa Maria. Backed up against the ropes again as Ramos starts to unload. Lovely right-hand jab there by Ramos. Looking for a body shot left to the body, but Santa Maria was able to get out the way. Another body shot, but lovely counter. Lovely left hook from Santa Maria, and that landed. He gets backed up in the corner. Ramos again having a look. And again, keeping his distance, keeping a high guard. Trying to maintain that range because if he uses that jab, he should be able to keep Santa Maria back and away because I believe he's got the reach advantage here, Ramos. He definitely looks like the bigger fighter. Yeah, this is definitely a close fight. Oh, that was a lovely shot there by Ramos. Lovely right hook shot. Catches Santa Maria right on the chin. Ramos has got 15 knockouts out of his 18 wins. So you would think that he's got knockout power, but the problem is the people he's been facing have been quite low level. Santa Maria is a much more credible opponent. Again, just getting a few shots through. I feel like Ramos might be starting to edge ahead now. No decision. Tank wins. No trash talking. Come on, Ramos, says Legend Killer. 2 more fights left after this one ends. I think there's only one more. One more, and well, 2 more including the main event. Few jabs coming in by Santa Maria, but I feel like Ramos has had the bigger moments. Ramos, again, with his hands down, coming forward. That's a lovely shot getting through. And that means that we are at the end of the 8th round, going into round number 9. Barclays is filling up for this one. Tank taking on Rolly. That is coming up. If you are just joining us, we're up to the 2nd fight. We've still got the co-main to go. So we are getting there. But we've got quite an engaging fight taking place right now. So I'm quite into this one, to be honest. This is good entertainment at the moment. I feel like Ramos is edging it. Probably up by 2, but I ain't going to argue with anyone that's seeing it a little bit different. Regia Productions said Sean Ross Sapp has said that MJF has booked a flight out of Vegas. Thank you, my friend. Apparently, we're waiting to see if he's going to take that flight. Don't know if he's actually going to go on that flight or not. And we also don't know quite how serious the situation is. We don't know if it's like a family issue or if it's like he's upset with his contract. But listen, if he's walked out, if he's contracted and he's walked out, on a show, then that is unprofessional and wrong. Because we were quite vocal about how Sasha shouldn't have done it, and Naomi, and I am more than happy to say the exact same thing for MJF if he's gone and done that. So we'll have to see as to what the situation is. Right, shots coming in. By Ramos. I love the energy people are bringing about Tank, but honestly, I'm going to pick the underdog, says Mystic Gohan. Right, we got Santa Maria backing up against the ropes. I mean, that's been the story of the fight, to be honest, and he's been counter-punching quite successfully. Ramos, I think, has got the feel of the fight. There was a dip in the middle part of this fight for Ramos, but I really feel like he's come back as we've got to the end of the fight. Some nice shots coming in, but it doesn't feel like either guy is going to be able to put the other away. We've got just over a minute in this round, and then we will be in round number 10. Nice body shot there by Ramos. Again, trying to edge forward, and again throwing out a nice right-hand jab by Ramos. Head movement by Ramos as Santa Maria is edging forward. Body shot coming in by Ramos. Again, throwing out a nice right hand, looking for a jab up top. Left to the body. Quite a bit of this seems to be falling short. Good head movement there by Ramos. Takes a body shot by Santa Maria. We're into the final 30 seconds here. Samoa Joe has also missed the meet and greet today. Main event shouldn't start on West Coast time when you're fighting on the East Coast. Don't know what that means. Billionaire says Tank or nothing. Duck underneath. Ellie, shout out to you. Really appreciate the kind words. Yeah, man, times are hard. Totally understand. Cost of living is through the roof. Same over. I mean, I don't know where you are, but here in the UK, like the price of food and everything has skyrocketed. Right, I've got Ramos maybe up by one or two. I think it's really close. But right now, I'd be giving it to Ramos. Round number 10 coming up. Round number 10 coming up, and we'll see which way this goes. Gotta tell you, I don't think I'd be feeling that confident if I was in either corner. I don't think either guy should be feeling like they've got this in the bag. Round 10, let's have a look. We'll see. Feels like this is going to go to the judges. So, saying that 41% shots have landed for Ramos, 39% have landed for Santa Maria. They're just saying the commentators have got Ramos ahead as well. They've got him. They've got Ramos ahead by more than I do, but I wouldn't argue that because a lot of these rounds have been very, very close. So I've got Ramos ahead. They've got Ramos ahead. To the point where, I mean, to be honest, I don't think this round is going to matter. I think Santa Maria's at the point. I feel quite confident that Ramos is a couple of rounds ahead. But, yeah, as I said, I don't know how confident either guy can be in that. Santa Maria might be at the point, though, where he needs to find a finish. Santa Maria, good head movement. Reggio Production said also Samoa Joe no-showed, just like MJF, and the fans are mad. Yeah, I don't think it's a work. I definitely don't think it's a work, because why would they just not show and let the fans down? So definitely feels like there's something going on, but obviously a developing story. Don't know quite what it is at this stage. The only thing we know is that MJF has got a flight booked to fly out of Las Vegas tonight. If he gets on that plane, then the next thing to know would be, is it for personal reasons? Head movement by Santa Maria. We got Ramos edging forward, throwing out a right-hand jab into clinch. We've got 40-odd seconds to go. These two still operating at a good pace. So a couple of shots coming in, and that was nice by Ramos. That seemed to sting Santa Maria. 20-odd seconds to go. Nice quick hands there by Santa Maria, working the body. Oh, clipped him. Good work by Ramos. That was a lovely left hook. And clipped Santa Maria. We're into the final few seconds. Referee separating the two fighters. Again, good head movement. End of the fight. End of the fight. I don't know quite how many rounds you would give it to Ramos, but I would give it to Ramos. But as I said, I don't think you can be too confident. Let me know, how do you score it? How did you see it? Would you give it to Ramos? Would you give it to Santa Maria? As I said, I don't think you can be too confident. We are getting closer to our main event. We do still have the co-main to come, though. Lara against O'Sullivan. Tariq, shout out to you. Decision time, says Hayden. Not a bad little fight, that, you know. Not a bad little fight at all. Few big shots, and, you know, there was no one really in any trouble at any time. But quite a close little encounter. Certainly closer than what I was expecting. And we have got our co-main event coming up next. Lara against O'Sullivan. Lara is a minus 2,500 favourite, so a very firm favourite. One Armed Bandit said Tank is going to win by knockout in round 7. Darwin said, evening, Days and everyone. I was disappointed with the result tonight for Liverpool. It's been a good journey. Still proud of the team, but need to improve for next season. Yeah, it will be disappointing, but I think you just got to take the positives. I mean, it's always hard to lose a Champions League final. But, you know, the story of this season is one that is still an incredible one, where you played every game you possibly could. Reached every final you could. Took the Premier League to the final day. To walk away with only the League Cup and FA Cup, I can understand being a disappointment. But that's still 2 trophies to the trophy cabinet. Isn't it? That's 2 trophies that go in the trophy cabinet. Right, we've got... we're just waiting for the results. More volume, cleaner shots, so it seems, says Ellie. Lara's going to end it quick, fortunately for us, says Calhoun. Yeah, everyone's waiting for that main event. 2 hours we've been watching this card. I mean, the ring walk was expected to be around now for the main event, but these 2 fights have gone the distance. Hope Rowley beats Manny Fresh, says Giovanni. 1 more fight till the main event. What time do you think the fight will be? It's so hard to say. I mean, it's going to be within the hour. Oh, unanimous. $98, $92. 97, 93. Still undefeated. It has gone to Ramos. Ramos gets the win. Felt like he had done it. It was hard to know how many rounds he'd done it by. It seems like the judges were... I had him up by 2. I'd probably give him that final round. So I had him up by 3. And, yeah, it's kind of in line with the judges. Judges were a little bit kinder than I was. Ramos gets the victory. He was the favourite. And they're just doing a quick little interview with him. So, 19 wins, 15 knockouts. Ramos wins. Sullivan hasn't won in a while and isn't relevant as before, sorry to say. The only thing I'd say about Sullivan is he is a tough fighter. He is someone that has got skills. I think that he is someone that can bring something to the table. He's not a big power puncher. It is hard to see his paths to victory here. But, I mean, look. He's going to put everything into this. This is his first title opportunity at the age of 37. I mean, you just don't know how many opportunities he's going to get. He may not get another opportunity. So, you know that he's going to give everything here. He's in the co-main event of this big pay-per-view show. It's at the Barclays Center. He's been boxing his whole life and, you know, he's got a record of 31 wins and 4 losses. His losses tend to come to, you know, decent names or, like, you know, he's coming in as the bigger fighter as well. There's definitely a lot to like about O'Sullivan, but I don't disagree. I think that it's hard to see how he's going to get it done. I mean, heart is going to get you so far. Heart and, you know, self-belief will get you so far, but the skills are definitely with Lara. Definitely with Lara. Even though Sullivan said if this fight had taken place 10 years ago, like, he wouldn't really stand a chance. He was like, I wouldn't really have stood much of a chance here 10 years ago, but now I feel like we're much closer. Now that, you know, it's 10 years further down the road. I mean, Lara's 39. O'Sullivan's 37. I do expect Lara to get the victory here. Lara is the WBA middleweight champion. He's 2005 world gold medalist. Made his pro debut in 2008. 2-division world champion. Lost to Canelo in 2014, but... He's got 28 wins, 16 knockouts. His fights were always a bit slow and plodding and calculated. He doesn't really fight that way anymore. Now he's a lot more exciting. Like, he gets more involved in brawls and firefights. And that might work into O'Sullivan's favour. So that's maybe a path to victory if O'Sullivan can bring that out of Lara. But as he said, used to fight at a slow pace. He still does fight at a slow pace, in all fairness. But he is a good, slick veteran. He is southpaw. He's got a great ring IQ. I don't know if he's going to get sucked into a fist fight, a brawl, a bar fight. But that's probably what O'Sullivan needs to try and make it. And O'Sullivan is in his first world title match. He is the bigger fighter. He is tough, likes to put on the pressure. He's not a big power puncher. He's got a high guard and, as I said, been making comments that he thinks that Lara is on the decline. So he quite fancies his chances here, but he does come in as a plus 1,100 underdog. Lara at minus 2,500. That means you would have to bet $2,500 just to win $100 if you wanted to put your money on Lara. That is how big of a favorite he is. I think the biggest favorite on this card tonight, actually, Lara here. William, shout out to you. Shout out to you. You spend so much time with us. I laugh when I see people saying that you have kids and a wife. If they are not subbed in the chat, I don't see them getting to see you. Shout out to you, bud. Time for the co-main event. It is indeed Legend Killer. It is indeed. Colin says 100k on Rolly. Kenny's got 30k on Rolly. I've got a million. I got a million on Rolly. I put a million on Rolly. I put a million on Tank just in case. That way I can't lose. So coming up next, we've got Lara against O'Sullivan. WBA Middleweight Championship. This is a title fight. There is a championship on the line. The WBA Middleweight Championship. So that is coming up next. We have already been live for just over 2 hours. We are getting closer all the time towards Tank and Rolly. So it is sneaking upon us. But yeah, this one, both our fights so far going long, going the distance. 2 decisions so far. I know people are desperately waiting for that main event. We did hope that it would have started by now, but unfortunately not. Hopefully, as we said, this co-main event can end quite quickly. And then we can just get to that main event. I got 4 billion on a draw, said Jameson. That's a bit excessive, even for my taste. I got 500,000. Oh, no, 500 on Tank. 500. 500. Are we... Days, do you feel bad for Liverpool? I mean, not really. You kind of get what you deserve, don't you? I mean, they lost. So, I can't say I feel bad for them. I wanted them to win, but I'm not a Liverpool fan, so it doesn't really affect me. But I did, you know, as I was watching it, I was hoping they would get the victory. I always like to see the English teams doing well. But do I feel bad for them? They played a game and they lost. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's no controversy there. So, I can't say that I do. But I wish they'd won it. I do wish they'd won it. I feel bad for the Liverpool fans that got tear-gassed outside the stadium. I definitely feel bad for them. What time is Tank going to kill Romero? We don't know, to be honest. But right now, we're just seeing the weigh-ins. We're just waiting for this co-main to get going. So we haven't even had the co-main event at this stage. Illy said, this is getting silly. Show me the money. If not, your so-called bets are subjective. I've put 5 tea bags on Rolly to get knocked out. Fair play. Good bet. Right. Just seeing empty ring at the moment. The Barclays Center is filling up. Think I can see a few empty seats, though, still. As we've just got a graphic up for our next fight, which can go 12 rounds. The previous fights we've had, both have gone the distance, which was 10 rounds. This one can go 12. So, Lara against O'Sullivan. Wave OX says, how many fights for the main event? This is one more. This is our co-main event that's coming up now. $1 million trillion for $1 on Tank Davis. I don't even think those are numbers, to be honest. I've never heard of a Fafillion. Sounds nice, though. Sounds like street food. Okay, Landy Lara taking on Gary O'Sullivan. Gary O'Sullivan is from Ireland. And as I said, getting a great opportunity here, and he's got a killer moustache as well. His moustache is one of those that's like curled over at the ends, which I think that's how all moustaches should be. If you've got a moustache, it should be a law that you have to curl the ends. So, and he's done that, O'Sullivan, so I've got nothing but respect for him for that reason alone. So, yeah, we are just waiting for the fighters to come down. I don't know if we're going to get ring walks and all of that. They haven't been showing the ring walks for the previous fights. How long till the fight starts? It's the question, isn't it? The main question that everyone's asking. It's hard to answer that when it comes to boxing. I feel like you can answer that question when it's UFC because they tend to do 2 fights every hour. So they tend to plan it so you can roughly work out when the fights are going to start. But with boxing, it doesn't really work that way. It really depends how long the fights actually go for. And so far, we've had 2 fights and they've gone the distance. Coming up next, we've got the co-main. And I think there's probably a good chance that Lara gets the win here. And I think there's probably a good chance that he could even find a finish. But it's really hard to know when that finish is going to come. And it could also go the distance as well. Lara has had, in his last 5 fights, 3 of them go the distance. 3 of them go the distance. 2 of them by split decision. 1 of them by unanimous decision. So there is a chance that this one also goes the distance. And as I said, if it does go the distance, then that's going to be another 12 rounds. We're probably looking at an hour until we get to the Tank fight. But again, you know, could be first round finish, and then we won't be looking like, you know, be looking at half an hour, 20 minutes till the Tank fight. I mean, we're seeing Tank backstage. He's already got his gloves on. Gloves are all... That feels a bit early for him to have his gloves on. That's a long time for him to have his gloves on. Normally, you would see the fighters relaxing backstage, hands wrapped. But gloves are already on. So we're seeing Tank in his dressing room. I'm guessing if he's got his gloves on, then Rolly will probably have his on as well. Just having a look. Yes, he has. So it looks like they've come and already put the gloves on, taped them up. Both fighters have got their gloves on, and we're just seeing Rolly doing a few shots. Bit of pad work. That main event coming up after this next fight, Lara against O'Sullivan. But do you think Burns was robbed against Hamzat? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think it was very, very close, but I think I had Hamzat just edging it. Do you want Man United to sign Declan Rice? Sure. It cost a lot of money, but he's a fantastic player and would definitely be the kind of player that we need. We need someone that can take the team by the scruff of the neck and drive them forward, and Declan Rice can do that. Not only that, but he looks like he's going to be a future England captain. He's already the West Ham captain. He's about 23 years old and just mops up that kind of in front of the defence. He turns defence into attack. And, you know, I just think he's so important in that role. But United apparently are looking at N'Golo Kanté, and I wouldn't turn that down. So, and apparently we can get him for a decent price because Chelsea are looking to go in a different direction. So, yeah, there's some good options this summer. I think United are going to bring in some good players, some quality players. And if we get N'Golo Kanté, that'd be amazing. So he would probably take up the position. You know, he'd play that CDM role that you would bring Declan Rice in for. So, yeah, I'd like Declan Rice, but even if we don't get him, it's not a problem. Right now, we are seeing shots inside the Barclays Center. There is a camera just panning around, and we've got a wide view. It seems to be taking a bit of time here at the moment. We don't have any fighters inside the ring at this stage. So, here we go. We are going to get some announcements. Lara against O'Sullivan is our next fight. Do you want to see Jake Paul get knocked out, or would you rather see him succeed, says Oval Panther. I am not a Jake Paul fan, to be honest. I've never watched him. I don't have any connection to him. The only thing that I really respect about him is how much he has thrown himself into boxing. I think if you look at his physique and look at some of his training videos and the amount of work that he's putting in, I think that he really is giving his all. And I do respect that. I think anyone that really throws themselves 100% into something, you know, got to respect them for that. And he's absolutely thrown himself into boxing. I think, you know, there's a lot of people saying that he won't become a world champion, he's not very good, all this kind of stuff. But what he's doing is he's treating boxing with respect. He's giving his all. And he says he wants to be a world champion. I think there are definitely things you can criticize Jake Paul for. And one of them would be that he is looking for fights that are going to give him a lot of revenue and a lot of attention, rather than like taking fights just to work on what he needs to work on and climb that ladder and take on some boxers. And he's seemingly trying to find fights that are going to grab the most amount of attention, but fights that aren't necessarily going to make him a better fighter. Like, he faced Tyron Woodley and got the win, and then he was meant to face Tommy Fury. I give him respect for that. The Tommy Fury fight fell through, and so he ends up fighting Tyron Woodley again. What he needs now is a boxer. Like, he needs to be facing boxers now. Stop messing around with MMA fighters. Like, now is the time to face boxers and really test yourself against a good level of opposition. People that just train boxing. You got to remember that MMA fighters constantly are working on their ground games, jiu-jitsu, takedown defense. Like, the amount of time they spend on their boxing skills is limited. I mean, it's limited time. It's really not that much. So their striking is obviously important, but it's just one part of a multifaceted attack. And boxing is one, but, you know, kicks are another, takedowns, ground game, jiu-jitsu, submissions, rear naked chokes, grappling, wrestling. There's loads of things you have to work on. What he needs now is to really start taking on boxers that just focus 100% on their hands, on their defense, on their footwork, on their head movement. You know, people that are really focused on those skills. And, you know, that's the big criticism against Jake Paul, is that he's not taking on boxers. Had he had that fight against Tommy Fury and won, I think that would have shut up a few people, myself included. But obviously that didn't come off. Well, he's got the opportunity now to take on a boxer. But again, the names that he's been linked with are like Bisping. I mean, Bisping is a former UFC fighter who's got one eye. I mean, he's lost his one eye. He's got a fake eye. And not only that, but he's like in his 40s now. It's like he shouldn't be going anywhere near Bisping. How does beating Bisping make Jake Paul a better fighter? And this is my criticism, because you keep hearing him saying about how he's taking boxing seriously. And I genuinely think he is. But then in the same breath, he will then talk about, you know, taking on Bisping. And it's like, that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. It doesn't make any sense. You can't improve as a fighter and keep taking on these like MMA fighters, because like you've got to turn your attention to actual boxers now. So the problem he's got is that he wants big, well-known names in the boxing world. But if he's going to take on big, well-known names, then they're going to be of a higher level than where he is. And he's just not ready for like those kinds of names yet. So he's in this kind of awkward period where he just needs to be getting experience, really, and he's been doing that against MMA fighters. I do understand his strategy, but yeah, man, he needs boxers now. But I do have respect for the amount that he's thrown himself into it. The thing with boxing is you've got to throw yourself into it, otherwise you're going to get found out. This isn't like WWE where they can just make you look good. You know, you'll get found out if you step into a boxing ring and you haven't properly prepared for your opponent. So, I respect that. I definitely respect that about him. So, do I want him to succeed or do I want him to fail? I can't say I'm a fan of him. So, I suppose if I was to choose, I'd rather see him get knocked out at some point. But I think more than those options, I just respect him for throwing himself into it, and I want to see him taking on a boxer. It's the same criticism you hear all the time, isn't it? I mean, I'm not saying anything different to anyone else. Shout out from Puerto Rico, Jose Victory Exterior Solutions. Shout out to you. Holloway fan said, let Jake Paul fight Anderson Silva. I mean, that would be a much better fight. I mean, Anderson Silva has looked really good in his boxing endeavors. So that would be much more interesting. And Silva was always known for his striking. Muay Thai, though, more so. But, yeah, he's transitioned into boxing. I got to admit, though, I'm a massive Anderson Silva fan. He's one of my all-time favourite MMA fighters. Maybe my favourite. He's up there with Thug Rose. I love Thug Rose. Even after her last fight, I still love Thug Rose. So I love both of those. But, man, if Anderson Silva was to face Jake Paul, I'd feel quite confident Silva would get the win, but I would also be worried because Silva is getting on. He is older and, you know, Jake Paul is still relatively young. Maybe not that young in boxing terms, but still, I don't know, I'd still be a bit concerned, to be honest. But that would be the most competitive fight that he's had so far by a country mile. It's definitely the opponent that Dana White wants to see Jake Paul have him. Paul should fight Conor, says Holloway fam. Have they fought already? No, we have had the ring walks. In fact, we're just getting the intros now. They're really taking their time here. Really taking their time. It's been about 20-odd minutes, 25 minutes since the last fight ended. So, yeah, they're dragging this one out a little bit. Spike O'Sullivan getting his first title fight. This is our co-main event of the evening. Spike O'Sullivan getting his first title opportunity against Lara, who is a two-division world champion. Wonderful fighter. So, yeah, we got Lara, WBA middleweight champion. 28 wins, 3 draws, 3 losses, 16 knockouts. And as I said, not looking quite as technical as he used to these days. Tell me know where your middle name is, Elizabeth. Did you hear about the Till Hermanson fight? No. I must admit, that is something I'm not very good at. And that is paying attention to fights before the week of the fight. I don't really pay much attention because there's been so many fights that have been cancelled. I don't tend to get too excited about forthcoming fights. Just because it's been COVID, and I know we're not completely out of that, but it certainly feels like we're past the worst of it. And, yeah, there's been so many fights that have been cancelled that I don't really pay it much attention anymore. So I probably do need to start doing that a little bit. Here we go. Anyway, co-main event coming up. Lara against O'Sullivan. This is for the WBA Middleweight Championship. Spike O'Sullivan getting his first shot at a title at the Barclays Center. The next fight after this is Tank taking on Rolly. So we do have our main event coming up after this, and it should be juicy. Definitely one that's grabbed people's attention, and as we said, don't know how long this one will go for. 3 of the last 5 fights that Lara has had have gone to decision, though. So I don't know that he's going to be the quickest of starters here, but either way, getting some shots through, and Spike getting high guard up. We've got Lara just having a little measuring. Lara seemingly can do really what he wants here, and Spike just getting a high guard. Trying to defend these shots. And Lara just having a look. These shots just going straight onto the forearms. Lara trying to find a way through. Nice head movement there by Spike. Spike on the front foot. Hasn't seemingly thrown anything or got anything through. Nice body shot there. There we go. He lets a couple of shots off there, Spike. Ooh, heavy hook shot there by Lara. Wonderful, wonderful fighter Lara is. Hand speed. Look at the skills on display here by Lara. Heavy shot to the body, and O'Sullivan with a lovely shot back. Yeah, Lara, the American dream, looking really good here. Again, a lot of his shots, though, just going onto the guard of O'Sullivan. Lara edging and trying to find a way through. He's on the outside. Lovely left shot, and you can see there's some redness already on the face of O'Sullivan. These shots by Lara do seem to be very heavy. Nice body shot coming in. The hand speed's great as well. Lara, biggest favourite on this card. Really feels like he potentially could find a finish here. Nice hook to the body there by O'Sullivan. He's got Lara backed up a little bit. Lara's covering up now. These two jabbing away. Lara in close there. Head to head. They're right in each other's space right now. Head to head at the moment. And some body shots. Lovely hook shot there by Lara. And again, Lara getting a shot through. Lara definitely landing with more in this first round. 10 seconds left. Swing and a miss there by Spike O'Sullivan. Lara on the outside. And that is the end of the first round. I would say that was a Lara round. This fight could go 12 rounds if needed. But might not go that far. Jake Paul versus Derek Lewis. Has Tank fought? Yeah, no, he has not. That is next. Tank's fight coming up next. This is our co-main event of the evening. It is for the WBA Middleweight Championship. I've got Lara taking that first round. We've had, amazingly, 2,800 votes, which is stunning. 2,800 votes. If you are watching and you haven't dropped a like, leave a like. It makes a big, big difference. See, there's just over 1,000 people joining us, which is great to see. We are about to get underway with our next rounds. Round number 2, we've got Spike O'Sullivan coming out. Lara straight away covering up. And nice shots coming in, but all of these falling onto the guards. Got him backed up against the ropes a little bit. A couple of shots coming in, and now Lara opening out. Again, keeping nice and tight. He's got really good ring IQ, Lara. Doesn't allow himself to get put into bad situations. Nice hook shot there by O'Sullivan, though, and Lara, I think, definitely felt that. Responded with some shots, and nice head movement, ducked underneath, slipped the jab, And managed to get a couple of shots through. It's a lovely display of skill here by Lara. Some of the stuff we're seeing here is just a different level from what we've seen from the previous fights. You can tell that he is just absolute world quality, world class. He's been at the top for a long, long time. As we said, we saw him against Canelo in 2014. His only losses have come against big, big names. Swing and a miss there by Lara. O'Sullivan covering up in the center of the ring. O'Sullivan edging forward. Lara on the back foot, up against the ropes a little bit. But again, doing a really good job. And you can see that definitely some of these shots have got through to O'Sullivan. O'Sullivan's face is reddening as these shots are, and that's snapping O'Sullivan's head. That hook shot there by Lara getting through as well. I've got Lara taking the first round. I've got him up in this round as well. Even though O'Sullivan is backing up Lara, Lara seems to be landing with more shots. Body shots coming in here by O'Sullivan. O'Sullivan, I don't think is going to be winning this on points. He's got to find a way of getting some big, powerful shots through. It's just straight down the middle by Lara. Straight down the middle by Lara. And again, another shot straight down the middle as well. I really think if Lara's going to keep this up, I think there will be a finish in this. Some nice body shots coming back by O'Sullivan, though. Just over 20-odd seconds left in this round. Lara covering up, throwing out a nice right-hand straight. Left-hand jab coming in as well. He's getting backed up a little bit as O'Sullivan is on the front foot. Lara with a body shot coming in. Again, 1-2. Swing and a miss by O'Sullivan. I'm going to give that to Lara. Giving that second round to Lara as well. I love a good uppercut, says Miss Clown. Yeah, devastating shot in the arsenal. And seen some good stuff by Lara here. Love his hand speed. Nice head movement. Some really impressive skills. And I think you can see the face of O'Sullivan just getting redder and redder and more damaged. Some lovely shots just going right through that guard. And, end of the second round. And you can just see he's definitely taken some punishment. Yeah, I mean, he's not gonna make it all 12 rounds if he keeps taking this kind of punishment, I'm sure. Here we go then, round number 3. Nice in the center. O'Sullivan coming out. Lovely left hook to the body. Lara on the back foot and is up against the rope. Swing and a miss there by O'Sullivan. Couple of right-hand jabs coming in by Lara. Again, just measuring the distance. And trying to throw that left hand, that left straight. Good head movement. Slipping the jab of O'Sullivan. But body shots coming in by O'Sullivan. Little flurry coming in there by Lara. That was nice. Nice little flurries to the body as O'Sullivan is just trying to throw winging hook shots to the body. O'Sullivan's shots are bigger, whereas Lara's are faster. And I would say that Lara's are doing more damage. Definitely seems like O'Sullivan was a little uncomfortable there. I can't say that Lara was uncomfortable, but O'Sullivan was definitely trying to land some big winging shots. These two edging their way back into the center of the ring. O'Sullivan on the front foot, though. Lara being driven back against the corner. Lara with really interest. It's not quite the Philly shell, but an interesting defense. Nice shots coming into the head. Hook shots by Lara. O'Sullivan again on the front foot, putting the pressure on. O'Sullivan trying to let more shots off here. He's been relatively low volume, but trying to let some shots off. And a lovely uppercut by Lara. Uppercut getting through, and I think O'Sullivan definitely felt that. Nice body shots coming in. Again, Lara with some big shots. Straight left by Lara. And again, just measuring out that right. Sullivan edging forwards. 1-2 by Lara. Nice left hook shots coming in here by O'Sullivan. Lara, again, just taking a little bit of punishment. Taking a few shots. It's not all one-way traffic here by any means. But I do feel that the volume is with Lara. And the more significant shots are with Lara as well. As O'Sullivan is landing more to the body at the moment. Seems to be targeting the body, O'Sullivan. A lot of his shots seem to be like hooks to the body. It seems to be a bit of a strategy of his. But Lara, with those quick hands like pistons, firing straight down the middle, breaking the guard of O'Sullivan. And that damage on the face of O'Sullivan has got even worse. End of the round, and I would say it's a Lara round. I feel like it's 3 rounds to 0 to Lara. And we are getting closer to the main event. Errol Spence Jr. is in the crowd. Errol Spence Jr. is just shown there's people out in force. Garcia in the crowd as well. Danny Garcia. Tell Davis to get his body weight up and grow a few inches to win this fight. It's going to be Canelo Bivol repeats. Seeing lots of people in the crowd. Lots of fighters. Come on, Spike, says Noreen. Michael Strahan in the crowd. Right, we're underway with round number 4. Lara looking good in this fight. I've definitely got him up. 20-odd seconds gone. Little bit cagey at the moment. Neither fighter really committing to anything. Lara against the ropes. O'Sullivan having a little look as shots coming in straight down the middle. Lara, good footwork, moves out the way. Couple of shots to the body there by Lara as O'Sullivan moves forwards. Nice left hook shot there by O'Sullivan. Lara, oh, that was a lovely left straight. That left straight hand by Lara was devastating. He put everything behind that. Not sure how much of it got through, but it was a lovely shot. And again, getting through and swing and a miss there by O'Sullivan. Feels to me, just watching this, like Lara is the one that's going to get the victory. And it feels like he should be able to find the finish. I just think he's getting way too much joy going to the head. And just don't think that O'Sullivan is really finding that much. Power punches landed. 19 for Lara, 12 for O'Sullivan. Lara has thrown a lot as well. Sullivan trying to get some shots to the body. Lands that body shot. Uppercut coming in there by O'Sullivan. Lara again trying to defend that. Tries to get an uppercut in of his own. Yeah, O'Sullivan, they're head-to-head right up against the ropes. Swinging and missing there by O'Sullivan. It's a good little scrap, this, you know. It's a really interesting little fight. As these two are head-to-head, right in each other's pocket, right in each other's space. Lovely hook shot there by Lara. Lovely hook shot right to the body as well. Nice jab being thrown out as well by Lara. Swing and a miss by O'Sullivan. Oh, down he goes! O'Sullivan goes down! Straight left by Lara. O'Sullivan goes down. He's right back on his feet, though. We're up to 8 counts. He looks all right. Referee just checking on him. He looks good to continue, but Lara is sensing a finish here. And that is the end of the 4th. O'Sullivan going down in the 4th. And drama in this fight. Uppercut misses. Boom! It was a lovely hook shot. I tell you what, O'Sullivan got caught with that hook shot. He didn't go down straight away. It seemed like his brain just slowly shut down. He got caught with this left hook, and then his brain was like, oh dear. And just slowly started to shut down. He got helped on his way down with another hook shot, but it seemed like he was on his way down anyway. Look at this. Just seeing a replay of it. Boom! Yeah, he was on his way down there anyway, and then bang, he got helped down. But a knockdown there. Big round for Lara. I've got Lara taking every round, and certainly taking that last one. 10-8 in that last one. Yeah, man. I mean, like, if you're O'Sullivan, you've just got to go for it, because, to be honest, you ain't going to be winning this on points. Really can't see him turning this around. He's got to go for it. He's got to find those big punches. Obviously, the more he does that, he's going to leave himself susceptible. That woke up the voices in my head, says William. We've had 3,477 votes in our poll. Keep on voting. Keep dropping likes as well if you haven't already. Just looking at the poll, 77% of you think that Tank is going to win in our main event tonight. Rolly, 23%. And as we said, that's nearly 3,500 people that have voted in that. So great to see so many people joining us. We should be back next week as well for Cambosis Jr. against Devin Haney. Very much looking forward to that. Very much looking forward to that. Uppercut coming in there by O'Sullivan. We've got some lovely right hands coming out by Lara. O'Sullivan looking a little bit better here. But getting caught again. Oh! Lara was just waiting for the right time. And he did unload a lovely shot there. And another left straight. Fair play to O'Sullivan, though. He's recovered well from that knockdown in the last round. Swinging away, O'Sullivan. He is swinging for the fences, but not connecting. Lara back against the ropes. Trying to find a shot that can give him another knockdown. He knows that he can put O'Sullivan down. 40-odd seconds left in this round. Yeah, O'Sullivan definitely pouring it on here in this round. I might even be tempted to give this round to O'Sullivan. He's worked hard. He's put the pressure on Lara. Oh, that was nice, though. God damn. I tell you, I feel like the volume might be with O'Sullivan, but the devastating shots are definitely with Lara. Lara, tends to eat, some body shots and then just throws a couple of shots. But those couple of shots cause such damage. O'Sullivan, I'm going to give that round to O'Sullivan. Probably more out of sympathy than anything else. But, yeah, those rounds were... some of those shots were still devastating by Lara. Still devastating. This fight needs to end already, says Sandy. It's pretty good, though. Gotta give credit where it's due. I'm really enjoying this one. The other fights were fine, but this one is... We've had the knockdown in this one, which has definitely added to the drama. But we're seeing some lovely shots. Lovely work by Lara. Just different gravy, man. Different level. Different level. What do you think is next for Tyron Woodley? I have no idea. I think he said that he wanted to stay in boxing. But to be honest, if you can't beat Jake Paul, you're going to struggle against actual boxers. It's probably going to be him taking on some old MMA fighters in a boxing exhibition type thing. I haven't actually heard of what is actually next for him, but my guess would be something along those lines. He'll probably do some more boxing, but it'll be not against boxers. It'll be, you know, against former MMA fighters and just exhibition things. Right, O'Sullivan has come out. We are in round number 6. Lara has had O'Sullivan down. It does feel like Lara should be able to get the win and a finish, but just being made to work for it here by O'Sullivan. O'Sullivan throwing out some nice body shots. Duck underneath there by Lara. And again, Lara with a lovely right hand. Looking for a shot to the body. Swinging away. Good work so far by O'Sullivan. Sullivan swinging but missing. Good work by Lara. That's a lovely shot getting through. Heavy shot there. That makes O'Sullivan stumble as O'Sullivan comes back with some body shots. O'Sullivan again looking for a body shot. And Lara with a hook shot. That rocks him. Lara is still getting through some big, big shots. Again, Lara just having a look. Nice straight left there by Lara. And again, gotta say, credit to O'Sullivan here because he did go down in the 4th. And he's still in this fight. He was put on the canvas in the 4th. He's recovered so well. Lara definitely is winning the fight. And is landing the more devastating shots. But O'Sullivan is just there. He's just not going away. And that is going to frustrate people. Because I know people are only really here for the Tank fight. But, oh, lovely shot there. Great right hook shot. Straight left by Lara. And that is a nice moment that gives O'Sullivan something to think about. When Lara is landing those kind of shots, it feels like we're just moments away from O'Sullivan going down. That was lovely, though, by Lara. Right, end of the 6th round. We are going to a 7th. O'Sullivan is hanging on. Yeah, credit where it's due, though. From going down in the 4th to coming back and actually making a fist of it. I mean, I would give O'Sullivan at least 1 round here. I'd give him 1 round, maybe as a token gesture. But, yeah, undeniable that Lara is winning this. Tim said, minus 1,000 favourite. Tank has some good odds for a knockout in rounds 7 through 12, starting at plus 210. Right, we are about to get started with round number 7. This could go 12 rounds. O'Sullivan taking some deep breaths at the start of round number 7. Body shot coming in by O'Sullivan. Some nice body shots coming in by O'Sullivan. And he's really been targeting the body throughout this fight. Lara has been working the various different levels, to be honest. He's been working the body. Oh, that's a lovely left hand. Snaps back O'Sullivan's head. Lara is being pushed back against the ropes. O'Sullivan has really given a good account of himself. Power punches landed. Lara, 95. O'Sullivan, 56. O'Sullivan has thrown 236. He's only landed 23% of his power punches. Lara has landed 54% of his. So Lara has landed more and also thrown less. So that's going to be better for his cardio as we go deeper into this fight. You've got to think that O'Sullivan is emptying his gas tank as he's throwing all of these shots and only landing 23% of them. Into clinch in the middle. Lara being very watchful. Looks for a body shot. Dig to the body by O'Sullivan. Lara again having a look, trying to find a way through. But O'Sullivan is the one that lands a body shot. Body shot coming in by Lara. 1 minute 20 left in this round. Round number 7. I've got Lara dominating this fight. O'Sullivan working hard though. And gotta say, he is landing quite a few to the body. O'Sullivan getting some shots through here as well. O'Sullivan looking quite good in moments in this round. What I would say, though, is he's not looking threatening. At no point does he look like he's about to knock out Lara. That was a nice straight right, though, by O'Sullivan. He does look relaxed. He seems to have completely recovered from that knockdown. 40-odd seconds to go. I might even be tempted to give O'Sullivan this round. Feel like he's definitely had the volume. Lara, I don't think, has really landed much that has tested O'Sullivan. Usually 12 rounds nowadays. Yeah, this can go 12 rounds. Straight left, straight down the middle by Lara. We've got about 10 seconds or so to go here. Oh, big shot! Big shot by Lara! End of the round, I believe. Wow, right at the end of the round. I think that gives Lara the round. It really felt like he had O'Sullivan then. If that round had been another 30-odd seconds. Yeah, it really felt like he had him stunned. And it's only because we got to the end of the round that the referee stepped in. Just having a look how this ended. Oh, God, that's so good. Measures him with the right. Bang with a straight left. Love that. Love the measuring. Bang. Gets him with that straight left. O'Sullivan eats all of it. Staggers back against the ropes. And if that had been 30 more seconds, I think Lara could have capitalized on it. But unfortunately, the end of the round came. Doctor is just looking at O'Sullivan. Doctor saying that is able to continue. Here we go. Scheduled for 12, but it might not go that far. O'Sullivan has got to be there for the taking. He's got to be there for the taking. Got knocked down in the 4th. Just got stunned in the 7th. Oh, another one! Big left hand! Referee has seen enough and it's done. It's done. O'Sullivan has lost. Lara wins. Referee steps in. The referee had seen enough. Lara was dominating the fight. Lara gets the win there. Big, big left. And O'Sullivan is stunned. We do get the finish that we thought was going to come. It's a win for Lara. And more important than that, it means that our next fight is the main event of the evening. It is going to be Tank taking on Rolly. They've made us wait for it, but it will be worth the wait. It's going to be fireworks. Didn't take long, did it? Going into that final round. Lovely, big straight left. Drove O'Sullivan back. Referee jumps in. Hayden said Lara wins. If Rolly don't win after all that trash talk, I'm going to be mad. Tank's going to feel stupid. We are now at just over, nearly 4,300 votes. Keep your votes coming in. Keep your votes coming in. Keep your likes coming in as well. If you are joining us, drop a like on the stream. It's greatly appreciated as we continue to move towards tonight's main event. So, yeah, Tank versus Rolly. Big fight. And, of course, a massive fight next weekend with even bigger than tonight. Next weekend, we got Kambosos Jr., who holds, I think 4 of the lightweight titles, taking on Devin Heaney. That's going to be in, a 50,000 seater stadium in Australia, so very much looking forward to that one. Big fight. Just showing a replay there of our co-main event and seeing Spike O'Sullivan being driven back. Little smile on his face. Knows that he took some punishment there, and referee steps in, and I don't think there's any complaints by O'Sullivan. He got knocked down in the 4th. He was rocked in the 7th. He was driven back with a big shot in the 8th. And that was enough for the referee. Main event time. Main event time. It's going to take 10 minutes or so, I think. So, yeah, we do have Lara retaining his title. We're just waiting for that official decision. And then we will be moving over to the main event of the evening. As I said, they're probably going to make us wait a little bit until we get to that main event. But it'll be worth it. And in all fairness, I don't see that main event going the distance anyway. So I don't think it's a main event that's going to stick around too long. But Undercard has delivered. This fight in particular, I thought was really entertaining. Really good. Tarek said, is it 5 in the UK? It is, yes, it is. It's 5 o'clock in the morning. Tank is going to get some more tats to cover Rolly's glove prints. O'Sullivan won. Unfortunately not. Unfortunately not. It's gone to Lara. Lara dominating that fight. And we are just waiting for the official decision. So, there we go. It is official. Technical knockout. Did a great job. Did a great job. Tank will win by knockout before round 10. I agree with that. But when are you going to change the background of the live? I don't know what that means. Suck said Tank is easy. Going to finish him. Tina said, has the fight started yet? No, not yet. Not yet. We've just finished the co-main there. But we do have main event coming up next. Tank taking on Rolly. Gervonta Davis, who is 26 wins, 0 losses, 24 knockouts. He's got knockout power. He's got fantastic uppercuts. He is hittable. There are defensive lapses by Tank. And I would say there is a path to victory for Rolly, and I do think it's early. So I don't think this is I don't think this is a certainty that Tank's going to get the victory here. I think that Tank is heavy favourite, and rightfully so. I think that he is going to... I think he should look to just keep it tight in the early stages. If he sees an opening, then he should go for it. But we have seen that Tank is hittable. And, he does have some defensive lapses. Romero has got KO power. He is someone that's got 12 knockouts from his 14 wins. So the problem that Tank has got is that if he is going to leave any openings, Rolly could look to capitalise on those. And that could be a problem. The only thing I would say is that Tank has faced very good fighters before and fighters that have got knockout power. And as we said, he's undefeated. So I don't know if there's anything that Rolly is bringing that Tank hasn't seen before. I think that Rolly has definitely talked the talk. I don't know that he's going to be able to back it up, though. And I do think that Gervonta Davis is a much more skillful fighter, a more experienced fighter. He's got lethal counter shots. He's a tricky southpaw. He's got great balance. He's very explosive. He is low volume, but high accuracy. Kind of similar to what we just saw from Lara there. Lara, also low volume, but great accuracy. And actually, Tank's accuracy is around about 47.7%, which is really high. Really, really high. It definitely puts him in the upper level in the lightweight division. So he's a very accurate fighter. Great footwork. Can be a slow starter. That's the other downside. Can be a slow starter. But really, outside of that, it's looking good for Tank, to be honest. Apart from the fact that he's a slow starter and there will be openings for Rolly, outside of that, I see it being quite dominant for Tank. Tank is awkward but effective. He's a very awkward fighter. It's not what you would say textbook by any means. He's got 12 knockouts of his 14 wins, 86% finish rate. Very confident, lots of self-belief, and that is very important. Very explosive. He is going to be the taller fighter. He is also a little bit predictable. So, as he said, he's a bit awkward in his movements, but his general approach is very predictable, and I do think that Tank will work him out eventually. He looks to make it a brawl. He doesn't have the best head movement. He is very hittable as well, Rolly is. The way I see the fight going is the same way that I think a lot of you see the fight going. I see the fight going that it's going to be a little bit cagey in the opening stages. I wouldn't be surprised if Rolly does manage to get a few shots through in the first couple of rounds. But I think the longer it goes on, the more Tank grows into the fight. And I think that Tank will start to wear down Rolly. And I think that eventually he will put Rolly away. I do expect Tank to win by decision, by finish. I don't expect it to be a decision. I don't think it will go that far. But I do think it will be Tank by finish. I just can't make a call as to when it's going to happen, though. A lot of you have said round 5, maybe round 7. I kind of like that as well. I'm kind of right there with you in that ballpark. I think it'll be around about that kind of range. But we're just seeing inside the Barclays Center. The previous fighters have left the ring now. We know that Tank and Rolando Romero, Rolly, have had their gloves on for a while. We was expecting these two to be making their ring walks around about an hour ago. We have been live for just over 3 hours, and they've definitely made us wait. The first 2 fights go into the judges. The last fight was just going over into that 8th round. So those previous fights definitely go in longer than expected. But we are now at the point where we can get going. They're just showing Tank pushing Rolly off the stage at the weigh-in. I was watching that on Friday. Kind of caused all kinds of carnage, that did. But I saw the interviews with him after. Rolly stepping in front of Tank, showing off the guns. And Tank just giving him a little shove. Rolly falling off the stage during that weigh-in. And there's Tank weighing in. I think he came in at 133 1/4. And Rolly weighed in at 134 1/4. So not much in it. They're trying to soak every penny they can with this delay. Yeah, you're probably right. Get in your thoughts as to which way you think this fight is going to go. Which way do you see this fight going? Are you siding with Tank? Are you siding with Rolly? Who do you think's going to get the job done? Rolly claims that he knows the path to victory and he knows what he needs to do to beat Tank. He knows the defensive weaknesses of Tank and he knows how to exploit them. He's been very vocal in the build for this. The press conference was a lot of fun. Is he telling the truth? Does he have the secret to beat Tank? No one has been able to do it yet. If he can get it done, you'll certainly make some money if you put some money on him, and he does get it done. He's coming in as plus 600. So you put $100 down, you'd get 600 back if he is victorious. We are seeing Tank. Tank's ready for his ring walk. He's giving me like Michael Jackson vibes with his jacket there. I love the flying knee comment. It's so good. Who have you got tonight? I've got Tank winning this one personally. I think Tank's going to take it. I think Tank's going to edge it. I just can't quite figure out at what point it's going to happen. I would be shocked if it was any time before round 3. I think round 3 is the very earliest I think that it could happen. I think if it happens in round 3, that is just where I'm seeing Tank starting to really open up. So he would have to really open up and just catch him early, I think, for it to be that early. I think the round 5 to 7 is probably where I favour it. I don't think it's going to go much longer than round 8, to be honest. They're just showing the last 5 fights for Gervonta Davis. Win by technical knockout 3 times. Win by knockout. And his last fight against Cruz, which was in December, was a unanimous decision victory. So 4 wins out of his last 5 by knockout or technical knockout. In fact, we said earlier he was at one point on a 16-fight win streak with knockouts or technical knockouts. So, very impressive record for the man from Baltimore, Maryland. Tank made his debut in 2013. Hasn't fought this year. Last fight was last year. Same with Rolly as well. Rolly's last fight was last year. His had 4 fights. Of his 5 have been won by knockout or technical knockout. He does have 1 unanimous decision in there as well. That coming in August of 2020. The other thing that's worth bearing in mind, though, it is a bit of an X factor to this fight, is the fact that Tank has never looked great at 135. Not as good as at 130. And obviously this is 135, so it is going to be interesting to see how he looks here. How he looks in this fight. That's why I think there could be a bit of a slow start. But a wonderful fighter. Such a skillful fighter. And this is his final fight with Mayweather Promotions. We should be getting ring walks very, very soon. Very, very soon. My bookie has only got it at plus 500 for Rolly. I put 10k on him. Why not, says Alan. All I would say, Alan, is if you're just going to mess around like that, then just don't bother. Yeah, if you're only going to put a little 10k on, why even bother? It's millions or nothing. That's how you do it. You go with mills. Those are the only units that I deal in. I bet a mil that you ain't bet a mil, says Crackshot. Don't come around here calling out my integrity. Is he going to look fast? Is he going to look in shape, says Silver Fox. Rolly is going to start fast and be breathing with his mouth open by round 3. This is a dangerous fight for Tank, says Rich. 10k, you might as well go and pick up them extra hours. Like they said it was going to be easy for Canelo. Well, true, but Canelo was going into a division that was clearly too big for him. I mean, obviously it's easy to say that in retrospect. Whereas, Tank has fought at 135 before, and he is the current reigning WBA Lightweight Champion. So I don't feel like this is the same as the Bivol Canelo fight. That was Canelo really testing himself, really pushing himself to his limits, going into a weight division which now we can look at and say he had no right to go into. Whereas this is Davis just defending against a mandatory challenger. And a mandatory challenger that's made a lot of noise. Just because he's made a lot of noise, though, doesn't mean he's necessarily going to be able to back it up. But listen, Rolly has definitely played his part in this, in the build for this. He's definitely made it engaging and intriguing, and definitely got people wondering whether he does have the answer to the problem that is Tank. 26 fights, 24 knockouts, no losses for Tank. He is one of the best in the business, and there's nothing but massive fights awaiting him after this. Tank saying that a lot of these boxers are just talk, a lot of them saying they want to fight me, but I just can't get those fights over the line. It's going to be really interesting to see who he signs with as well. It's going to be his last fight under Mayweather Promotions. So we don't know where he's going to go to after this. But here we go then. Ring walk time. Ring walk time. Davis against Romero. Tank versus Rolly. We've had over 6,000 votes. Keep your likes coming. Keep your votes coming. Keep your comments coming. I want to know what people are thinking. Who they're siding with. What round you think it finishes in. Has the fight started yet, says Anna. It hasn't started yet, my friend. No, it starts starting very soon. We are just getting the intro, the video packages. So we should be going over to the ring walks very, very soon. Tank saying he talks the talk, but he won't walk the walk. Rolly is taller, so eventually Tank will catch him, says Simon. Rolly is going to win, says PJ. Box YT. Adrian K is going to be a dad. Many congratulations to Adrian. Great news. Fourth and knockout, I think, says Elliot. I can see that, Elliot. I can see that. I think if he does that, it'll be an excellent showing for Tank. If he can do it in the 4th round. Because, honestly, if he can do it in the 4th round, that's earlier than what I'm expecting. I'm thinking 5 to 7. But if he can do it in the 4th, I mean, fair play. Here we go, then. We've got Rolly, who is making his way down to the ring. We are seeing him backstage at the moment. He's got a purple robe on. In the hallways of the Barclays Center. Davis and Romero is trending right now. I believe it's even the #1 trend at the moment. Here we go then. So Rolly making his way out. I don't know who the crowd is going to be with, to be honest. I feel like they're going to be with Tank. Romero is making his ring walk right now. is ring walk is to Prince. I believe he's a big fan of Prince. He was wearing a Prince t-shirt backstage, and he's coming out to Prince, and he's got the purple colours as well. Little nod to Purple Rain. Purple gloves also, so yeah, there we go. Not much support for Rolly. Not much support as Rolly is inside the ring. This is his first world title bout. He's looking good, though. He's looking ready. This is going to be a hell of a fight. It's going to be a lot of fun, and we are expecting a finish here. Alan said, for all those haters that are calling cap on my 10k bet, if Rolly wins, I will post my betting ticket. I don't have to prove anything. It makes me sad that people don't realise that 10k is almost nothing. That's what we're saying. It's nothing. It's nothing. I wouldn't even mention it. If I bet 10k, I'd be ashamed. I'd be ashamed of myself that I didn't go bigger. That I didn't back myself. It's go big or go home. 10k. With 10k, it makes you think, is it even worth betting? Do you know what I mean? I don't get out of bed for $500,000. Right, here we go. We got Tank making his ring walk now. Knockout percentage of 92%. Tank pushed him off the stage. I know, yeah. I know. Tank making his way down. It was funny. We were saying, I don't know if you saw, but Rolly stepped in front of Tank, was like, you know, showing off the guns. Tank just gave him a little shove and he went flying. Here's Tank. Great reaction for Tank. I tell you what, he's got that star power, hasn't he? He's got that crazy star power. He walks out and he just feels like such a massive superstar. Tank Davis steps out inside Barclays Center, a sold-out Barclays Center, full of people. 26 fights, 26 wins, 24 knockouts. 27 years old. One of the biggest stars in boxing, Gervonta Tank Davis. Look at that, face to face. Face to face with Rolly. Moments away. Goosebumps time. I've actually got goosebumps. Proper got goosebumps now that he's walked out. He's 10-0 since he's been champion. 9 knockouts since he's been champion. There's only one fight, his last fight, that went to decision. Nearly 7,000 votes. As soon as we reach that 7,000, we'll end the poll. As soon as we get to 7,000, we'll get that poll ended, as we're well on the way now towards the start of this one. It's going to be so engaging and interesting. As we said, we are expecting it to be little bit cagey in the early stages of the fight. I'm not expecting it to be one-way traffic for Tank. If anything, I think Rolly could take that first round. Rolly might catch lightning in a bottle, says Patrick. Right, let's get rid of, now that we're almost at the start of this, we'll get rid of the poll so we can see more of you in the chat. Tank via uppercut knockout, probably, says Canadian teacher. Right, we've got both fighters inside the ring right now. We're just waiting for the announcements, and then we will be underway. Barclays Center looks absolutely amazing. Absolutely jammed. Absolutely sold out. People holding up their phones in the air. We got lights all over the place. It looks absolutely fantastic. It's a really great venue, the Barclays Center, actually, for boxing. I really do like it as a venue. So, both fighters are in there, and this is going to be tasty, man. This is going to be so good. I do expect Rolly to come out and get some success early. Then I think Tank will grow into the fight, and I think eventually he will put Rolly away. We don't know at what point that's going to happen, and who knows, could Rolly find that shot that puts Tank down? Drama if he does. Massive drama if he does. Pacing back and forth smile on the face here of Tank. Can someone tell us the scores of each round? Yeah, we'll score it as we go along. Obviously, they're just going to be our thoughts. We won't actually know the actual judges' scores until we get to the end of the fight, if it even goes that far. But certainly as this fight progresses, we will score it accordingly. You can normally get a good idea, a good read as to how the fight's going. Right, here we go. Announcements time, and then we will be underway. They've done the formalities. It's Rolly that's getting his intro first. Fighting out of Las Vegas, Nevada. This is his first world title bout. The '1 WBA Lightweight contender. This is the mandatory for Tank. And he's so confident. His self-belief is through the roof. He really fancies his chances in this one. So that definitely has caught people's attention. Rolly getting his intro. Super Beast. Size doesn't win fights, says Michael. Here's Davis, WBA Lightweight Champion. From Baltimore, a 3-division world champion. 26 wins, 24 knockouts. 11th world title appearance for Tank. Rolly will fight dirty if he is losing, from what I've heard, says Silver Fox. Christmas said it's going to be Rolly in less than 4. Right. There we go. Intros are done. Intros are done. Both fighters are going to step forward and get their final instructions. Tank says that he hates Rolly so much. He doesn't want to knock him out or have the ref stop it. He wants Rolly's corner to have to throw in the towel. That's what he's hoping for. These two do not like each other. Do not like each other at all. I don't think they'll be touching of gloves. Did the referee just make them touch gloves then? He seemed to grab their hands and just like knock their hands together. Right, here we go. Anyway, Tank and Rolly. Rolly in purple. Tank, white gloves, bouncing around, looking very cool, calm, collected, looking ready for this one. Black shorts, white trim for Tank. First round underway. First round underway, and both fighters going straight into the center of the ring. Rolly throwing out left-hand jabs. Left-hand jabs by Rolly, not connecting with anything at the moment. Tank just staying out the way at the moment. Little bit of distance. And we're seeing Rolly trying to throw out that left-hand jab. And again, bouncing back. We know that Tank can be a bit of a slow starter. Rolly is also just throwing out these jabs at the moment, though. He's just working the jab quite a bit. Tank keeping his hands up, just having a little look at Rolly. Rolly again, just flicking out that jab. There's really nothing between them at the moment. Rolly is throwing out that jab. He's definitely doing more, but not landing with anything. Nothing's actually all falling short. But I think what Rolly is doing is he's using that to just make sure that Tank just stays back. He doesn't want Tank getting in close. And he's just using that just to give Tank something to think about. So he's doing it to measure distance. Tank is trying to lunge in and get some shots off. I don't feel like Rolly has really given us the explosive first round that we were expecting. A couple of jabs coming in and Tank on the outside. Rolly there. Again, lunging in a little bit further. He's got Tank in the corner. Tank moves out the way. Again, nothing really to separate these two, but it feels like Rolly is the one that's got Tank backed up. Again, shot to the body. And again, Rolly just throwing out these jabs. Tank not able to really land anything at this stage. That was nice. Double jab there by Tank. Tank with a couple of right-hand jabs up top. Nice body shot there. These two, again, just not really anything getting through at the moment. Such quick hand speed, though, by Tank. His hand speed is absolutely incredible. He goes high with the left hand, low with the right. Couple of jabs there by Rolly. Couple of jabs. It's so hard to see of these jabs what's actually landing. I don't think it's that much. I don't think there's much that's actually getting through here by Rolly. It's hard to know what's actually landed. I think these jabs have been more to measure distance, to be honest. I really don't think there's much between them. And again, a couple of shots coming in by Rolly. Ooh, nice shot there, though. Nice right hand by Rolly. He walks away as Tank is screaming something at him. I'm going to give that first round to Rolly. I think Rolly was the more active fighter, and I think he got through with some at the end, but God, there's not much in it. Not much in it at all. I would give that first round to Rolly. I don't know how many of those jabs were actually getting through. I feel like the vast majority were falling short. There was definitely a couple that got through by Tank, but I don't think Tank landed a great deal. I think that Rolly got through with a few of his own, and there was a nice little moment at the end there. Seemed like a nice right hand by Rolly. Nothing in it, though. Nothing in it. Distance. Rolly is going to catch it. 1-0 Rolly. Rolly round, says Hayden. Yeah, I had that first round for Rolly, but again, very close. Nothing in it. He certainly didn't dominate it. He certainly didn't have Tank in any trouble. I don't think he really did. I think he did enough to take the round. I'd give him the round, but I was expecting more. Let's put it that way. I was expecting more by Rolly. Tank is in the center. Rolly on the front foot again. Does feel like Tank will get this worked out at some point. Good head movement there by Tank. He's been in there with such skillful fighters. I just don't know if Rolly is going to have the skills to really cause Tank any kind of trouble. Couple of jabs coming in. Nice body shot there by Tank. Nice left hand to the body by Rolly. Tank coming in with a right hand. But just falling short. Right jab. Smile on the face of Tank. Just seeing like Tank there. Sticking out his right hand, measuring a distance. Looks like he's setting a few traps. That's a lovely right hand, though, by Rolly. Rolly letting a right hand through and getting a shot through there. Rolly catching Tank down, but it was he managed to grab him and kind of pull him down. There's no count there. Referee actually having a word with Rolly. This is what Rolly needs to do, though. Rough him up, knock him around a little bit. Definitely giving him something to think about here, Rolly. Nice shot to the body, swing and a miss there by Rolly. This fight is opening up a little bit. Rolly has got Tank backed up and he's catching him. Rolly is definitely winning this round. And this round is a much better round than the first one for Rolly. Nice shots coming in. Tank in the center. Rolly just using that jab. That jab is setting everything up for him. You can see that he is growing into the fight, Rolly. But Tank will grow into the fight as well. Very interesting fight, this. Very, very interesting. Tank on the back foot. Swing and a miss by Rolly. 30-odd seconds left to go. Lovely straight left there by Tank. That's a good shot there by Tank. Rolly definitely will have felt that, but I think he's done enough in this round to take this round so far. Both men have thrown. Both men have landed. Both men have had some nice moments in the round. I'm still giving the round to Rolly. Oh, tries to land a big left hook shot, but got a little bit stuck with it there, Tank. And I'm going to give that to Rolly, but I do think that Tank managed to pull it back at the end and make it quite close. So I've got the first 2 rounds to Rolly. First 2 rounds to Rolly here. Drama. Rolly 2-0, said Canadian teacher. Legend Killer has got 2-0 to Rolly. Jose has got it 2-0 Rolly as well. Rivy has got it 2-0 Rolly. Yep. I mean, the only thing I would say is that this is not really much of a surprise. This isn't something that I am shocked by. I thought that Rolly would take the first couple of rounds, and then I expect Tank to grow into the fight and then, you know, take over in the fight. But, yeah, absolutely brilliant start to this. Right, here we go. We are underway with round number 3. Gervonta Davis is on the back foot. We've got Rolly throwing out that left. Davis backing up a little bit as Rolly edges forwards. Davis moving over to the left. He's got some good footwork. I think he knows now that he's definitely in there with someone that's got some skills, but that's a lovely left shot. I love that left shot that he just threw. He threw the left hand and actually pivoted away. Nice, he's getting backed up, though, in the corner here, Tank. Tank looking for a counters. Good head movement. Quick hands, though, by Rolly. Rolly with a nice left. 20% punches for Tank have landed. Only 11% have landed for Rolly. Again, we've got both fighters just kind of really looking at each other at the moment, feeling each other out. Davis edging forward. Nice right hand lands on the guard. Oh, couple of shots getting through there by Rolly. Tank knows that he's in a fight here. Tank in the middle of the ring. Swing and a miss. Couple of jabs just falling short. Rolly, Rolly looks so composed. He looks like he belongs at this level, you know. He really looks like he belongs. He looks so composed. He's just standing his ground in the center, going about his business. He is not intimidated in the slightest. He's just standing there, just constantly throwing out that left jab. Doing it to give Tank something to think about. Tank trying to throw in a shot to the body as Rolly takes a step back. There's a shot that seems to land there on the body. Nice feint there by Tank, and Rolly really flinched. Nice body shot there by Tank. I'm just wondering if Tank is now starting to work this out. It's just been a couple of moments there where he's just like starting to feint a little bit more. Just starting to give Rolly something to think about. Sticks a lovely shot right on the jaw of Rolly. I think that Tank is starting to grow into this. End of the round. Man, that was a close round. That was a close round. That was a close round. God, that was close. You could go either way on that one. Let me know which way do you go on that round. I'm going to give that to Rolly. I'm going to give it to Rolly. I feel like Tank had some really good shots in there. I think it's really close. I'm going to go 3-0. But if you've got it 2-1 to Rolly, I'm not going to argue. Riviera's got it 3-0. I'm going to go 3-0 Rolly at the moment. This is where Tank needs to get going. This is where Tank needs to get going. And I got to tell you, Tank seemed to be growing into the fight in that last round. There was a few feints, and he definitely gave Rolly something to think about. So we are into round number 4. Let's see. This is the round I'm expecting Tank to come back. So Gervonta Davis inside the center and is right in there with Rolly. Rolly feinting again. Davis again, another big feint, and that makes Rolly really take a step back. And I think those feints are going to be a really good way in for Tank. Again, that's a nice left hand there by Rolly. Tank's low volume could be a problem because it just means that everything he does throw has got to get through and has got to cause some damage. Whereas Rolly just keeps throwing out that left hand jab, just keeps landing a few shots. Nice step back there by Tank. Body shot just falling short by Tank. Tank having a good look at the moment. Rolly. Oh, that was good by Tank. He managed to step in and get a couple of shots, but couldn't get anything to really land very clean. Rolly standing his ground in the middle. Tank on the outside. Tank, again, he's just being very patient, very selectful, but that's not going to help him win rounds. Might help him find a finish, though. It might help him find the opening. Couple of jabs coming in by Rolly. Big shot to the body there by Rolly. Lovely right hand to the body. That was nice. Rolly looking really good here. Rolly does look comfortable. I mean, it's hard to know, like, why you would... Oh, that was a lovely left straight. Why you would be giving these rounds to Tank. He's just not as active. Nice little flurry there with these two. Both landing some shots in those exchanges. Left-hand jab again coming in by Rolly. We've got Tank backing up a little bit. Nice. Trying to land a body shot. Gets a couple of body shots. And Tank just having a word with the referee. Tank with a lovely left hand. And again trying to find body shot. Rolly again trying to use that distance. Tank having a look. Oh, good head movement. Good head movement. Some really good skills on display here by both guys. Really good skills on display. It's like chess, man. It really is. They're both looking and watching and trying to find a way through. Rolly is going to get humbled. Right, that was end of round number 4. I feel like, I don't feel like this is all one-way traffic. I'm going to give that last round to Tank. I feel like some of these rounds have been really close. So I'm going to give that last one to Tank. That last round I thought was quite close. So I'm going to go 3-1. 3-1 to Rolly. I've got no doubt that Rolly's winning this fight at the moment. I'm going to go 3-1. Tank is too smart. Oval's got it 3-1 as well. I can see people that have got it 4-0. I can see people that have got it 2-2. I'm on 3-1 at the moment. That feels quite fair. I feel like Rolly is ahead, but I feel like Tank has had moments. Okay, Davis in there having a look, seeing if he can find a way through his very low volume, and as we said, that is definitely hurting him. Definitely hurting him. His lack of volume is definitely a problem. Nice shots coming in there by Tank. That was good. That was good. Swing and a miss, though. Goes for a big hook shot, and that just falls short. Again, shot to the body, and that drives Rolly back. Yeah, this is better by Tank. This is better by Tank. It felt like that last round. It was starting to change. Oh, that's a lovely left. Lovely left by Tank. Snaps back Rolly's head. That was good. And again, he gets through. Tank is starting to get through now. Tank is starting to get through. I feel like the momentum of the fight has started to shift a little bit. This has been Tank's best round so far. And, yeah, this is definitely his best round. Nice shot to the body there by Tank. Big shots being exchanged. Tank with another big body shot. Oh! He seemed to hurt himself. I don't know quite how he hurt himself, but Tank did something. He went for a big body shot, and there was a moment where he was just like, you could see he was grimacing in pain. Don't know if he caught his wrist off his hip or something, or I don't know, bent his wrist back, but definitely there was a grimace there on the face of Tank. I'm Burrin. Hello. Shout out to you. I hope you're well, buddy. I hope you're enjoying the action. This is a Tank round. Tank round. Tank is just measuring that distance. Backing up a little bit as... oh, big shot to the body. Duck underneath by Tank into the clinch. Rolly getting some shots off. They're in the clinch at the moment. Final 20 seconds of this round. Rolly is still... oh, nice body shot there. Philly shell. We got the Philly shell defense. Philly shell defense by Rolly. And he's edging forwards. That's a Tank round for me. I think Tank had the bigger moments. I've got this as being 3-2 to Rolly. Some of these rounds were close, though. So if you've got it 3-2 to Tank, then I don't know if I would argue, but I certainly don't see either fighter dominating this fight. I don't think either fighter is dominating it. The way I've got it is 3-2 to Rolly at the moment. Rolly, 3-2 says Rivy. 3-2 Tank says Sticky Buds. So we're just seeing Tank spars on his hands. Right, here we go. Round number 6. Round number 6. It feels like the momentum of the fight has shifted. Round number 6. Davis getting backed up a little bit. Rolly backing him up. It's been a great fight. It's been an engaging fight. It's been a very interesting fight. Again, Tank trying to find a way through. Hook shot coming in there by Rolly, but Tank moving out the way. Couple of jabs coming in into the clinch at the moment. Nice little dig to the body by Tank. There's a bit of trash talking as well between them. They really don't like each other. Rolly edging forwards. And Tank is out of range. Nice shot to the body, though, by Rolly. And again, hook shot. Just falls short by Tank. Don't think he got him on that, but referee coming in. Interesting. So, giving Rolly a warning for an infraction, but I couldn't see what the infraction actually was, but referee just stepping in saying, look, guys, don't have to start taking points. There's been a lot of talk about, like, potential head clashes, and Rolly really getting stuck in here as Tank moves out the way. Rolly with really committing some shots and ended up sort of throwing himself into the ropes. Romero still looking to be the aggressor. Tank still looking to get some counter shots through. And Davis having a good look at the moment. Trying to find a way forward as Rolly is really struggling to get any shots through. Low volume on by both fighters. There's really not much here to... Rolly gets caught! Rolly gets caught! Rolly is down! Rolly is down! Rolly getting back up to his feet, but he does look... he looks wobbly! He looks wobbly! He's saying to the ref that he can continue, but the ref has called it. Tank has won! Tank has won! Tank wins! Tank wins! Big moment out of nowhere, low volume. It's the 6th round that Tank gets it done. Oh, I tell you, it's kicking off in there as well. It's kicking off. They don't like each other. He wants to go and celebrate in the corner. Tank has got the victory. It's a lovely shot. It puts Rolly over against the ropes, knocks him down. You felt that momentum shifting. I want to see the replay of it, man. I don't know quite what he hit him with. But Rolly is sat in the corner. Is just reacting to something that he's been told. Taking on some water. He's back on his feet. Rolly is all right. Tank has got the win. Davis gets the win. Oh, here it is. So he's backed up against the ropes. Oh, it's a counter shot. It's beautiful. So Rolly is actually committing to the trying to go to the body, leaves himself open, and it's just bang. It's a left hand, kind of a hook, but down the middle. It's not a very wide hook. Sort of a hook uppercut sort of number. Let's have a little look at it here. Yeah, it's more of a hook than an uppercut. Bang! And Rolly is out and just slumps against the ropes. Gets knocked down. Does manage to get back up to his feet, but you can tell that he was all at sea. He had to eat all of that. Tank KOs Rolly, and already Rolly is backstage. He's already gone backstage. Rolly could have gone further. He stood up so fast. Tank was going to win anyway. I wanted to see Rolly go further. Could Rolly have carried on? He looked out. He didn't look in great place, to be honest. I feel like if they'd have allowed that fight to continue, they would have just been throwing Rolly to the wolves. It is one punch knockout. One punch. It's just a lovely bang. Left hook shot. It was hard to see what he actually hit him with at first because Rolly actually had his back to us. And you couldn't quite see what had connected or, you know, was it an uppercut? Was it a hook shot? Was it a straight? But it's a hook shot. It's a lovely knockout. It's a lovely knockout. If you get to see it, it's beautiful. Rolly's putting the pressure on. Tank is up against the ropes. Lovely hook shot, counter hook shot. One shot and down he goes. Look at that. And there's Rolly is just like slumped against the ropes at one point. Look, and fair play to him. Look, he gets back up to his feet, but look at his legs, man. His legs are so wobbly. He even stumbles back a little bit. He's trying to convince the ref that he can continue. Ref sees straight through that and ends up just calling it. Yeah, look. Bang! Oh, my God. It's a lovely left hook. He didn't see it coming. It's a lovely left hook. It's a lovely knockout. Worth every penny of the pay-per-view just for that finish. It's a great finish. And this is why Tank is one of the most exciting fighters. This is why there is so much excitement around him. So good. Who will Rolly fight next? No idea. I mean, like, I feel like he's going to be in the conversation. He's a good fighter. But, I don't know. I don't think he ever really had Tank in too much trouble. I did have Rolly taking the first 3 rounds. I think he is a good fighter. I think he does belong at this level, but I can see him getting other title opportunities in the future. But damn, man, Tank is just... He is a different level. He's a different level. He is the real deal. Put respect on his name. This guy is one of the biggest stars in boxing. The ref has to stop the fight if the guy looks or seems unresponsive. People have died in the ring. Ref slander, please shut up. No, I don't disagree with that stoppage. I think that Rolly, if the ref had allowed that to continue, he would have just been feeding Rolly to the wolves. Rolly, you could see his leg was wobbly. He wasn't quite with it. It's not like he was up and he was like ready to continue. He was not all there. 6th round. I'm really interested to see what Tank's got to say now, because that was his last fight with Mayweather Promotions. I want to know if he's got someone in mind. His new record is 27 wins, 25 knockouts. This interview is going to be quite interesting. Gervonta Tank Davis getting a big, big win here this evening. He said, first of all, I want to thank God. He's thanking Showtime. He's thanking Mayweather Promotions. Thank you, New York City. I won my first bout here, and it was great to come back. He said, as much as I want to be cocky, I want to thank Rolly. We settled it like a man inside the ring. How satisfying was this? You was quite annoyed by his antics, so how satisfying was this win? Tank said, I knew it was all about selling the fight. I'm thankful and grateful to be in this position. He said, was he stronger than you thought he would be? And he went, no. Tank said, there was someone in the crowd telling me to press forwards that I'm not going to name, but I knew not to do it just yet. So Tank was saying that he had a bit of a game plan. He was quite happy to sit back in those early stages. He said, I'm the type of person that can panic, so I just wanted to have a bit of fun. Stick to the game plan. And someone in the crowd was telling him to move forward, and he said he knew it wasn't the right time to do that. I think that's really interesting. Just they're watching the finish of the fight right now. Rigged, said Truth Be Told. How many minutes did it take for the knockout? Well, it was in round 6. I think a bit of the round had gone. I mean, it wasn't just like the first punch or anything. But we were into round 6, probably a minute or so into round 6. Mike, shout out to you, my friend. Appreciate the support, dudes. Appreciate everyone that's joined us. Tank said, I knew I could get into his head. I knew his goal was to try and get in front of me. Okay. Yes, what next? This is the question I was waiting for. Garcia's in the crowd. He says, I'm here. There ain't no safety on this Glock. There ain't no safety on this Glock. I like that line. I like that line. Basically saying, I'll take anyone, anywhere, anytime. Yeah, man, that's cool. The Tank is not that impressive, says Aaron. He beats no-namers by losing all the rounds and then winning with the TKO. Well, I mean, look, the guy is 27-0. He's got 25 knockouts. He's the current WBA World Lightweight Champion. He's got big fights ahead of him. His toughest tests are still to come. There's no denying of that. His toughest tests are still to come, but he is in a great position to clean up, man. He is going to get some massive paydays coming up. Massive paydays. And, yeah, there we go. Tank leaves the ring. It's a big win for him. He is a box office draw. He is a massive box office draw. This guy is a massive star. Be interesting, actually, to see if next weekend, which is undeniably a bigger fight, if that can match the success of this, because it certainly feels like, just judging by how many people joined us today, how many people were voting and commenting, you can always tell if there's like a buzz around a fight, and man, this fight had buzz. That is a star right there. Tank Davis is a star. Is it going to be the same next weekend? We are going to be doing the Kambosos Jr. fight against Devin Haney. It's going to be a big fight. Really looking forward to that. Massive box office draw, but who does he fight, though? Yeah, but, I mean, look at the buzz. Look at the buzz. Look at the amount of people that joined us here. And, you know, I think that this will have done very well, actually, tonight. I think the buy rate for this would have been quite good. I think, actually, in all fairness, I think Rolly played his part in that. Rolly talked the talk and really made this an interesting build. And so maybe the success of this event will be not just on Tank, but on Rolly as well. But I think this one will have been successful. But yeah, no denying his biggest tests are still to come. His biggest tests are still to come. And, but look, they're going to be mega fights, man. Mega fights. You put him in there against Devin Haney. You put him in there against Kambosos Jr. You put him in there against Garcia. It's going to be tasty. It's going to be real tasty. Right. I hope you enjoyed that. I hope you enjoyed that. That was hell of a fight. Hell of a fight. I can tell you that the coverage has now come to an end. And, you know, no names called out by Tank at the end of that. He didn't turn around and call anyone out in particular. He just said there's no safety on this Glock, which I really like. I did wonder if he was going to call someone out, because there were certainly a few people that were in the crowd. I did wonder if there was something, not set up, but if there was something that he had in mind. But seemingly not. To be honest, he's not even with the promotion now, is he? Because that was his final fight with Mayweather Promotions. So now he's got to go elsewhere and go to a different promotion. Everyone's going to be after his services. They've been, you know, Golden Boy are going to want to sign him up. And, yeah, anyone and everyone would love to get their hands on him. So it'll be interesting to see where he goes, what fights get made. I think the world is definitely waiting for him to have those big mega fights. But, and I think they will happen. But, yeah, he needs to get to a new promotion first. And, yeah, I don't disagree that, like, Rolly definitely took the early rounds. We know that Tank is a slow starter, but boy, he came back and he looked really good. And that finish, if you didn't get a chance to watch the fight jump on social media, that finish will be all over social media. It's a brilliant finish. It's a lovely hook shot to get the victory. And as I said, you know, he's a big star. He's a big pay-per-view draw. And I think he'll continue to be that as we move forward as well. So, right, we are done. A big thank you to everyone that joined us tonight. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I hope you enjoyed joining us. Don't forget, we are back next week. We will be doing the Kambosos Jr. Devin Haney fight. Very much looking forward to that. We do also have Joshua Usyk on the horizon. That is going to be absolutely huge as well. And we're going to try and juggle UFC in there, which we do every week also. So it's going to be busy, but I'm really pleased that we did get a chance to do this. Really enjoyed it, and I hope you did as well. So a big thank you to everyone that joined us. Have a great weekend wherever you are, and hopefully I'll see you again next time. Bye for now.